past the bowler, runs for him here, could go all the way for 4. It's a little teaser, but outfield, of course, fairly lush.
In comes Bailey, and it's a lovely shot down the ground. Over pitch from Bailey there, and it's a great shot.
Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's driven and caught at backward point. Here's Balderson in, bowls to Broad, who's clipped it and caught at mid-wicket. So Balderson's golden arm, wicket with the first ball of his first over, wicket with the first ball of his second over. Here's Balderson in again, bowls to him, straight drive, back past the bowler. It's running up towards the boundary in front of the old pavilion. It's a little teasier, but it goes across the rope, so a boundary.
Bit of width there, and that's manoeuvred beautifully by Whiteman down towards third man, short and wide by Williams. In to complete the over, down comes the batter, and he's stumped by Salt. He's into Gay, as Gay comes down the pitch and sends that up and over mid-wicket out towards the boundary. Luke Wells is chasing after it, but it will beat Wells. Volley to Gay, and that's shovelled out through the onside. It's a good-looking shot, plenty of bottom hand on that, forcing the ball away through mid-wicket.
Bailey in again, bowls to Gay, drives beautifully through extra cover. That's running out towards the boundary. I think it's... Is it just going to get there? It's a little tease. That's a terrific chase out there by Josh Bohannon, who's managed to just reel it in. They come back for 3, but that saved a run. Terrific. Hartley over the wicket, bowls to Proctor outside off stump, gives him a little bit of width, and Proctor drives away out through extra cover, running out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. All things are possible for these two left-armers. That's driven on the full by Proctor. He's with a real swing of the bat.
Okay, again using his feet, coming down the pitch, striking it beautifully. Good looking shot to the right of Wells. He's quite deep at mid-off. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. Backward point. Hammered down the ground by Gay.
Wells in again. Bowls to Gay, short of a length, cut away. That's going to run away for 4. Takes Emilio Gay to 96.
In comes Wells. Bowls. Bit short of a length. Luke Proctor turns that round the corner. Going to take the 2 on the midfield. Gets a couple of runs.
As Bailey is in, bowls to Gay on 99, and that's it. He plays it away past square leg. It's going to run out, I think, all the way for 4. Might just be hauled in inside the rope. No, it won't. It crosses the boundary in front of the party stand. Well played, Emilio Gay. Kisses his bat and acknowledges the applause from around the crowd and from the dressing room. And again, bowls down the pitch comes Gay, and he clubs it just over Stephen Croft.
Bailey round the wicket. Bowls again, very straight, and he just tucks that away off his legs for 4 runs, down to fine leg.
Just squares Proctor up. Oh, he's got him! Well, that's relief for Lancashire. It brings to an end a magnificent partnership between Proctor and Gay.
Here's Bailey starting a fresh over, and that's a beautiful straight drive by Saif Zaib, and it's running up towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope down in front of us. Here's Balderson in, bowls, and is he caught behind? There's a big appeal, and he's gone. He's perished, 1 short of his career best.
Very good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app for day 2 of Lancashire against Northamptonshire. And what a beautiful day it is. Blue sky with just a little patchy cloud here and there, but mainly blue sky and sunshine bathed across the outfield. The players just starting just putting together their final preparations before heading out to the middle. And supporters inside the ground today, I'm sure enjoying some nice warm sunshine as well. Plenty of sun cream perhaps required, or maybe if you're in the shady bits you might need your jumper. Kind of classic English summer weather, that, isn't it? Good morning, Andrew. You need your sun cream in the sun and your jumper in the shade.
Absolutely. Morning, Scott. Morning, everybody. Yes, beautiful morning here at Emirates Old Trafford. Yes, he's down in front of the new hotel down there, where there's a very nice looking terrace, where we were saying yesterday we think would be a smashing place to watch the game from. It is completely in the shade, and I think you might need your duffel coat on actually at the back there. But no, it's a lovely morning, and well, let's hope there's a few in today to watch what has the potential to be a very interesting day's cricket. Good day for Northamptonshire yesterday, arguably, I would say, their best championship day of the season, almost, with Emilio Gay producing the sort of innings that I think he's been threatening to. As I say, he's had a difficult time since he came back into the side after missing the start of the season through injury, but played really well yesterday, as did Luke Proctor. Emilio Gay takes the headlines, but Luke Proctor played a very, very valuable innings against the side. He always likes coming up here, doesn't he? He always likes to put one over on his old county, but played really well. But, you know, Northamptonshire have still got some work to do. If Lancashire come out quickly out of the blocks this morning, roll them over for 350, 360, something like that, then they'll feel they're right back into this match. That
second new ball in the end got the two in batters out, didn't it? Emilio Gay for 144 and Proctor for 75. It's an excellent partnership, and you can almost see, I think, I mean, you obviously watch Northamptonshire at Radders home and away every week, but watching Northants and watching the team play, you wouldn't, the way that they played yesterday, obviously led by Gay, but backed up by the way that Whiteman batted a little bit, safe save at the end there. Didn't look like a team that was bottom of the league and struggling for performances.
No, and it comes back to this point that we made on commentary yesterday, Scott, which I'm not quite sure. I've been sort of mulling it over even this morning when I was talking to my station at BBC Radio Northampton and chat with them this morning, and it is extraordinary how much better Northamptonshire seem to play this year away from home. If you look at the best days, the best matches they've had this year, they dug really deep to save a match against Somerset at Taunton from an unpromising position, batted all through the last day. It was a really good fighting performance away from home at Taunton. Had a really good game against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School. Again, up against it, bounced back, gave themselves a chance to win on the last afternoon, which was a fantastic finish, draw with the scores level away from home, Merchant Taylor School. Yesterday, as we've said, arguably Northamptonshire's best championship day of the season here at Emirates Old Trafford. So there seems to be a bit of a theme developing. What the explanation is, you know, we've all, I'm sure, got our own pet theories. But absolutely right, they played well yesterday. I do like the fact that with James Sales also in the side, it does give you a little bit of greater depth in batting. It means you're batting a little bit deeper. But they've still got some work to do. As I say, a really good day yesterday. Social media, the supporters were joyful and saying, "Oh, you know, fantastic day's cricket." But if, as I say, if Lancashire have a really strong session this morning, can bowl Northamptonshire out for sort of 350 or no more than that, then they will feel on a pitch that I'm sure is going to turn more as it goes on, that they're right back into this match.
Yeah, I think if Lancashire are able to get Northamptonshire out for 350 or below, I think they'd be absolutely thrilled with that. I think that will be a good response this morning. It was certainly hard going, wasn't it, yesterday for the bowlers, but I think it's a testament to the quality of the pitch here that this is the same pitch used for the Test match. It's kind of like a day 5 pitch, isn't it, really, because they didn't play on the Sunday. It's been under covers, but it hasn't deteriorated massively yet.
And the nice thing about it was, I mean, yes, it turned a bit out of the footholds as we expected it would, but there was good carry. There was really good bounce all day. I mean, with the new ball, and also Luke Wells bowling his sort of quick leg spin, he got, you know, 1 or 2 to really fly. Here's going to be Tom Bailey then, bowling to first ball of the morning, and he's bowling it to the night watchman Dom Leach, and that's outside the off stump. Left well alone. Dom Leach on loan from Yorkshire, a short-term loan agreement, born in Middlesbrough. And becoming yesterday Northamptonshire's 544th first-class player. For Tom Bailey, we have 2 slips and a gully, backward point, forward short leg. Big gap through the covers, inviting the drive as Bailey is in, bowls to him, and he does invite the drive, and it goes past the outside edge. Bailey immediately scoring a little bit of a moral victory. Rest of the field, there's a long leg in front of the hotel, square leg just in front, mid-on, and a big gap, as I say, through the covers and through mid-off, just inviting the drive. Breeze rather less strong than it was yesterday. Full length again from Bailey, driven up to mid-on this time by Leach. Fielded up there by Will Williams. George Bell under the helmet there at forward short leg. And Safe Zabe at the non-striker's end. Played nicely last night. A couple of pleasant drives through the covers. He watches as Bailey runs in away from us. Bowls to Leach, who's forward defensive back down the pitch. Bailey fields off his own bowling. Bailey starting proceedings this morning from the Brian Statham end. Forecast is pretty good, certainly for the first part of the day. I did see one or two of the forecasts this morning, possibility of a little bit of rain later on and maybe overnight, but hopefully if the weather is going to turn nasty it will do so overnight and we won't lose too much actual playing time. Man at square leg drops back, so maybe the short ball is in the offing. Not that time though, it's full length again, driven by Dom Leach for the first run of the morning. Goes out towards extra cover and they pick up a single, so Leach goes to 3 and Northamptonshire to 303 for 5. This the side, as Scott was saying earlier, 15 points adrift at the bottom of the table going into this round of matches, albeit having played 1 game less than some of the teams ahead of them, but extraordinarily having scored only 1 batting bonus point in the whole of the season. That was down at Taunton on Coronation Weekend in May, and Northamptonshire already with 2 batting bonus points in the bag. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Zabe, drives nicely into that gap between cover and mid-off. Williams comes round to field and it's a single to Safe Zabe, who thus keeps the strike. He's 18, Leach is 3. 2 singles off the first over, Northamptonshire 304 for 5.
Yes, and just looking, and we'll keep you across all the scores elsewhere around the county championship as we go through the course of the day, but we've had a little bit of rain around in different games yesterday across the country, but looks like everyone's playing today, which is excellent. No issues with the weather in this final round of championship fixtures before we break. We have a little break, don't we, for the Royal London? No,
Metro Bank
Metro
Cup,
Bank,
yes.
the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
And of course, ahead of that, the National County Showcase matches as well. With where are Lancashire for that?
Cumbria again.
Oh, lovely. Sebra.
Back at Sebra,
Beautiful.
Yeah, on Sunday. So looking forward to that. There'll be coverage of that on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app on this coming Sunday. Hope the forecast improves. Looks a little bit wet in Cumbria on Sunday. Here's Williams to Safe Zabe, who plays forward in defence. And there's no run. And for Northants, who do you think?
Well, not too far away, just up the road to Peterborough to play Cambridgeshire.
Nice.
And the interesting thing about that is that I'm sure sort of older listeners and viewers will be aware that Northamptonshire used to play home matches at Peterborough when it was part of Northamptonshire in the dim and distant. Played there from 1906 until the 70s, but it's the first time Northamptonshire's first team will have played in Peterborough since 1974.
There's Williams from the Anderson end, 2 slips in the gully. Balls to Zabe, who gets a single here. Little flick away towards the leg side, to the left of Bailey at mid-on, and through he goes for 1 run. Moves on to 19, 305 for 5.
Although Northamptonshire played first-class cricket on 2 grounds in Peterborough, neither of which is now used for cricket, unfortunately. One of them at Crawthorne Road, the old town ground, is now a public park, and the Westwood Works ground on Alma Road is now housing development. I think it's called Century Close or something like that, just to sort of, remind people that cricket was played there. So they're going to be playing on the present Peterborough Town Ground at Bretton Gate, next to the City Hospital.
It's Williams to Leach. It's 4 defensive and there's no run.
But yeah, it's a nice ground. It's a big field. It used to be a little bit sort of bleak and Siberian in the past. It was very, very open, but it's gradually sort of there's a bit of building work around there now, and it's a little bit more enclosed. It's a super facility, good pitch, and yeah, it should be an enjoyable day.
Nice.
Certainly, at least I think one player from my club playing for Cambridgeshire, so I'll have slightly divided loyalties.
Williams to Leach. There's an appeal for LBW there as Leach looks to defend. The ball bounces out towards the leg side. Williams went up, the keeper went up. Slips went up. Umpire Graham Lloyd says not out.
Last year, Northamptonshire played Bedfordshire at Dunstable. As we just have a look at the replay of the LBW, going down, I think. Yeah, fair enough. And Bedfordshire very, very nearly won it. It was a very, very tight finish.
Williams to Leach. That's inside edge back onto his pad, and there is no run.
Thanks almost entirely to a remarkable innings of just shy of 200 from James Kettleborough, who played for Northamptonshire, played a bit for Glamorgan, and was then playing for Bedfordshire. In fact, he's now moved on to Staffordshire in the national counties, but he absolutely flayed admittedly a fairly limited Northamptonshire attack to all parts of Lancashire Park in Dunstable, and they finished just a few runs short.
Tremendous. Well, I remember from last year, as Williams completes his over, and Leach defends, no run, 305 for 5. I think there's a couple of shock results, weren't there, in those warm-up games or showcase games when the national counties beat the first-class counties. I think 1 or 2 results like that happened, which is quite interesting to see.
Well, it could very easily have happened. I mean, admittedly, Northamptonshire found themselves a bowler down. Brandon Glover who's now, of course, moved to Durham. Finished up dropping a catch, running in from the third-man boundary quite early on, and split his webbing of his fingers. So he wasn't able. He's off then for the rest of the afternoon. Emilio Gay finished up actually having quite a long bowl. I was sitting talking to his dad, who was there, and he loves a bowl. Emilio, we were talking yesterday about the occasion last season when he took the 3rd new ball at Edgbaston in the gloom under the floodlights there before the game was abandoned. But yeah, it was a little bit of a depleted Northamptonshire attack, but take nothing away. Bedfordshire played really well, and Kettleborough in particular was outstanding. Here's Bailey round the wicket and bowling that outside the off stump to safe Zabe, who leaves well alone. Encouragement from Phil Salt behind the stumps and from the slip cordon. So the breeze looks a little bit less pronounced than it was yesterday. It was really tugging the flags on the top of the old pavilion down at the James Anderson end. Tugging at the masts yesterday, but rather less so today. But it's a beautiful morning here in Manchester as Bailey is in again. Bowls very full, and has he got him caught behind? He has. It was a very full length, lured Zabe into the drive. He stood there and waited for the decision, but James Middlebrook sends him on his way. So very good start for Lancashire. Important wicket of safe Zabe. He goes for 19, caught behind by Phil Saltoff. Tom Bailey, who thus collects his 40th championship wicket of the season, and Northamptonshire 305 for 6.
Yeah, he's actually edging towards landmark is Tom Bailey with regards to first-class wickets. He now needs 1 more to reach 350 first-class wickets. Tom Bailey. And he would need, to reach 250 first-class wickets, and he's actually on a very, very short list of bowlers who, in terms of their strike rates, going into this game, Tom Bailey is averaging 1 wicket every 49 balls. That puts him 15th on Lancashire's all-time list of bowlers who have taken 350 in terms of strike rate. In fact, only, and this is thanks to Ken for this information, the only modern Lancashire bowlers, so kind of post-World War II, ahead of Tom, on that list are Brian Statham, James Anderson and Wasim Akram. So he's
Okay.
he's in pretty good company.
That's an extraordinary stat. That's wonderful stuff. I just think there might have been a few going back before that, maybe, when the
Yes.
pitches were perhaps a little bit more challenging for the batters. But that's extraordinary company to find yourself in, isn't it? Well, he is 1 wicket away from that. 305 for 6. Say just the start Lancashire were looking for, because Saif Zaib, as we've said, has been in decent nick this year without going on and getting a really big score. And to be fair to him, as I say, on a number of occasions this year, he's found himself batting with the tail. New batter is James Sales, who's back in the side for this match. Still 2 slips and a gully as Sales just plays slightly across his front pad. It goes up to Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. I have to say, this year there have been times when Northamptonshire haven't seemed to know quite what to do with James Sales. He's a very, very talented young all-rounder, as we know, son of David Jumble. Played a really fine innings in a tough situation down at Taunton earlier in the season in the Championship. Made 57 as Bailey is in, bowls to him, swinging away from Bailey, challenging the 4th stump. Sales just letting it go at the last minute through to Phil Salt. And he's also picked up important wickets. He, clearly if he's bowling, he's going to add to his value in the side, and he picked up a career best 4 for 24 against Nottinghamshire in the Championship match when he bowled beautifully, and also bowled well in the T20 in the matches that he was picked for. Bailey is in, bowls to Sales, in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, just misses the stumps at the non-striker's end, rolls up towards mid-off, but Williams comes across from mid-on to retrieve. But he played not a lot of T20 matches, and Northamptonshire just seemed this year to have not quite known where he fits into the overall picture. But they need him, I think, to be fitting in, as Bailey bowls to him, and he's forward, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Fielded by Josh Bohannon, and the end of a successful over from Tom Bailey. 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 78, so something in the wickets column for him. 305 for 6 at the end of 99 overs. Dom Leach is on 3. James Sales still looking for his first run. This is only his 5th Championship match of the season, but he's proved, on a number of occasions in his relatively short first-class career, that he enjoys a scrap, and he's often at his best when the situation is at its most difficult. Thinking particularly when his career best 70 odd at Cheltenham last year, when he had to bat with the tail and gave Northamptonshire what turned out to be a decisive lead, and played really, really well. Talented lad.
They're on strikers' end at the moment with Leach on strike as Williams comes in and bowls, and played forward by Leach. It comes off the inner half of the bat, just deflects out towards the left of short leg, picked up by Morley at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Would he be one of the players that you would expect to see quite a bit in the One-Day Cup?
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, that was actually what brought him to prominence. That gave him, and as is the case, I'm sure, with a lot of young cricketers around the county circuit, that the One-Day Cup over the last couple of seasons, obviously coinciding with 100, has given them an opportunity to actually show what they can do at county level.
Williams to Leach. It's down the leg side, taken by Salt. Dancing away to his left, the Lancashire wicket-keeper to take the catch, and there is no run.
But I think Northamptonshire, the likes of James Sales, for me anyway, represent the way forward for Northamptonshire. I mean, if it is going to be the case that they finish up playing in Division 2 of the Championship next season, you would hope that James Sales is one of those who's going to be given a full season to show what he can do in red ball cricket.
Williams loops round at the top of his mark and sets off again. 305 for 6. He's over the wicket to Leach, who's defending, playing it safely down to the ground. Picked up by Wells at Gully, and there is no run. Still remains on 3. The score 305 for 6. Both seamers now with a wicket next to their name, having worked hard yesterday. 2 frontline seam bowlers for Lancashire, Will Williams and Tom Bailey, but we had spin for most of the day, in truth. We had spin at both ends after lunch in Morley and Hartley. Williams bangs in something short this time to Leach and ducks underneath it.
Well, it's one thing that Northamptonshire, I was just thinking about last night, that obviously if the pitch is going to turn more and more as the match goes on, and we imagine that may be the case, although as we say so far it hasn't done anything untoward, but obviously Alex Russell, as we were saying yesterday on commentary, is going to be absolutely vital role is going to have a vital role to play in this match, the young leg spinner. But also Saif Zaib with his left arm spin, who often doesn't get a lot of opportunities to bowl. He's going to suddenly, I think, find himself bowling a few overs. Williams
to Leach, who's backing across and defending, and there's no run. Well, all spins welcome. We had Tom Bailey's off spin, didn't we, at one point yesterday afternoon? So.
Well, 6 o'clock finish is absolutely unknown this year. I don't know what you, Scott. I've had a 7:35 finish this year down at Canterbury early on, and it's a bit of a bugbear of mine. That you can understand the idea to play the longer days and try and make up overs and value for money for spectators and all the rest of it. But the trouble is that by the time you get to 7 o'clock, most grounds in the country, with the possible exception of Taunton, everybody's gone home.
Final ball of the over, Williams to Leach. He defends to mid-on where Bailey fields, and that is the end of the over. A maiden for Will Williams, 305 for 6. Well, Lancashire are +6 on their over rates. And shame you can't bank them and use them a little bit later on in the season, isn't it?
But I mean, certainly there have been occasions this year at Northampton when we've had late finishes when you are almost, you know, your footsteps are echoing around the ground as you go downstairs afterwards to go and do a post-day interview, and there is nobody else in the ground apart from those that have to be there: players, umpires, commentators, stewards, bar staff, and that's about it. Here's Tom Bailey, starting his 22nd over, 1 for 78. Picked up the wicket to fall this morning and in bowls to James Sales, who's pushing that out in the offside. Fielded there by Stephen Croft, coming in from cover. And there's no run.
Yeah, well, no issue with that yesterday, and I suspect we're going to see quite a bit of spin again today, aren't we? So.
Well, I would imagine so. Yeah, it's a good opportunity. It could be a good opportunity for Saif Zaib, as I say. He hasn't bowled a great deal this year, but with no Rob Keogh, who would normally be Northamptonshire's first choice spinner. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Sales, who opens the face, runs it down into the gully, and there's no run. There was no Simon Kerrigan either.
He was here though, wasn't he? Yesterday?
He was here yesterday. It was nice to see him. He's just one of those frustrating years. I think he picked up a bit of an injury early on and then just hasn't really figured in first team equation at all this year. Played a bit of second team, but it was nice to see him here yesterday and looked okay. He was having had quite a long bowl before the start of play on one of the strips on the edge of the square. Here's Bailey in again, bowls to Sales, solidly forward, plays that up to extra cover, and there's no run. At least James Sales is in a position now where he has got a bit of time. He hasn't really got to look to press on too much. Obviously Northamptonshire, I'm sure, would dearly love to get another batting point, for which they would have, what, 9 overs after this to get up to 350. Still Lewis McManus to come, as Bailey comes a little bit wider of the crease and bowls to Sales, plays it out into the covers. No run to be had there for him.
Yeah, well, he's got a good pitch to bat on, hasn't he? He's got Absolutely. A nice day, nice and bright and sunny, and say there's no major rush for Northamptonshire. Whether they do have an eye on trying to get to 350, that does seem like...
I think that might be a little bit optimistic. I think they would be sensible just to look at the bigger picture here and think, let's just try and at least bat till lunch, get up to 370, 380, or up towards 400 maybe if things go well. Short ball from Bailey, pulled away down to the man lurking on the deep square leg boundary in front of the new hotel, and Sales gets his first run, one to him, 306 for 6. Got 2 men back, possibly for the short ball from Bailey. One just in front and long leg in front of the old hotel, as I suppose we have to call it now.
Yes, it'll be soon time to renovate that.
It's like painting the Forth Bridge, I would imagine. Here's Bailey running away from us. Bowls a big full toss which I think took Dom Leach a little bit by surprise. Played it up to Williams at mid-wicket, and that's the end of Bailey's over. 22 overs, 1 for 79. It's 306 for 6. And James Sales on 1, Leach on 3. It was I love the line that Bumble came out with yesterday, if correct, about why they wanted that grey.
Oh,
because
right,
of the ground as viewed
yeah.
from the air,
From
which
the
was
sky, yeah.
Alternate red and grey buildings.
I didn't understand it, really.
No, I suppose it's just the aesthetics of the thing. That was all I could think of, but I don't know.
No, it was something about because you go red, grey,
That's
or something.
it.
Right,
yeah. That was it. Yeah, it was alternate.
Right.
Alternate buildings.
Ah.
Being so that it's like you haven't got two next to each other which are the same colour.
Right.
Works really well on radio, this, doesn't it? This sort of discussion, but.
I'm still confused. Here's Williams to Sales, playing form. The ball comes off the half of the bat and deflects down to Croft at fine leg, and there's no run.
See if I've got my my felt tip pen somewhere. I'll draw you a diagram at lunchtime.
Because the building in between the point and the hotel isn't grey. That's kind of red brick, isn't it? The pavilion.
Yes. Or maybe that the grey at the top. I don't know.
Right.
I've never.
Oh, see it from the sky.
Yeah. So if you've got either a helicopter or a drone or something up there, I think that was what the thinking was.
Well, you could always paint it if you change your mind. Williams bowls to Leach, who's off the front foot and pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think one thing that's actually made Wantage Road look an awful lot better than it used to is the fact that all the seating is now white. There we go.
For those on the live stream, that's the view. That's the view that we're talking about. It's a red, grey.
Yeah. It's a little tenuous, isn't it? Really, but
it's certainly a select few that will see it from that from that position.
Well, you'd be all right in your helicopter. Commute to the ground on every morning. But
Williams to Leach, who's off the front foot and pushing. Massively timing, just kind of squirts it past the ball to his right, and Bailey catches up with the ball at mid-on and get through for a single. Leach moves to 4, 308 for 6.
It's BBC Radio Lancashire's gracious living correspondent.
I'm often in the helicopters, but I look forward to that.
But that's I can sort of see the thinking, but it doesn't. I mean, the party stand obviously at the moment, that won't be there all the time. But I mean, it is so huge. And just to confuse matters, of course, the top of that is blue.
Williams to Sales. That's a defender back to Williams off his own bowling. There's no run. Yes, the party stand's empty again, isn't it? Actually, it's not true. There's a camera operator on the Baywatch Tower. I don't know I don't know who's operating the camera there. That could be Liv that's operating the camera over there, perhaps. But in the Baywatch Tower on the party stand.
Oh yes, there
we go. All by herself.
Morning.
She's with her mates.
Harsh.
It's a lonely job over there. Williams in to Sales. Big appeal for LBW. And out says the umpire. Against Sales looking to work it leg side. We saw a previous LBW shout, which we reckon may have just been angling down the leg side. We'll take another look back on the replay.
That's fair enough, I think.
He
came a little bit wider of the crease, didn't he? I think it hit him round about the line of middle and leg, I think, probably sliding down. Fair enough.
A second shout of the morning from Williams for an LBW that we're probably thinking it's going down the leg side. Williams to complete the over, balls to Sales. And that's defender back down the pitch, gathered by Williams off his own bowling. And that completes the over, 2 runs off it. 308 for 6. Leach has 4, Sales on 2.
I was saying yesterday with when Callum Flynn was in the box with us about how I really wouldn't fancy going up the top of that because I don't have a particularly marvellous head for heights. I had a rather strange experience this morning walking around the ground, managing to navigate my way around, and found myself also walking underneath it. And you look up, and it's quite awe-inspiring. It's like walking underneath the Eiffel Tower or something. But it's
a work of art, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It's an extraordinary structure, and you're saying it's the biggest in the country, biggest temporary stand.
Well, I can imagine it'd be difficult to beat it. Yeah. It's like 8,500 seats in there.
Strengthening the slip cordon as Bailey starts another over with a night watchman in, 3 and a gully in now, and again Bailey bowling full, driven by Leach up to Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. Dom Leach, born in Middlesbrough, he's only played 4 first-class games for Yorkshire, including this season against Gloucestershire. As mentioned earlier, he's on a short-term loan with Northamptonshire, so this is his debut, but born in Middlesbrough, which was of course the birthplace of the great Jeff Cook, captained, Northampton's longest-serving captain of modern times, as Bailey is in, bowls a little bit shorter and wide outside the off-stump, and Phil Salt having to go in front of first slip to take that one. No stroke offered by Leach, and Jeff Cook does hold the record for the most appearances for Northamptonshire across all competitions, if you include obviously List A and not T20 of course in his case, but T20 and first class. 700 plus matches for Northamptonshire. Captain for 8 years, so great man of Northamptonshire, great man of Durham cricket of course later. Bailey is in, bowls to Leach, runs it down to Croft in there at backward point, and there's no run. It was very nice to see Jeff Cook at former Players' Day this year. Came last year as well. It's strange, considering the length of his career at Northamptonshire, that he hasn't been back that often recently, but obviously he's been living and working up in the northeast. Recently inducted into Durham's Hall of Fame. And well, he's just a great man of cricket. He was captain when I started reporting Northamptonshire nearly 40 years ago, and hugely helpful then, as Bailey is in outside the off stump and cracked away by Leach. A terrific bit of fielding. Josh Bohannon there, who was excellent yesterday, and gets a bit of congratulation from various teammates, including Phil Salt, who has run a very long way to congratulate his teammate. But Leach, for the first time, really laid into one. It was a terrific diving stop on one of the wicket ends as well, which is never a huge amount of fun to dive on those, but cracking bit of fielding by Josh Bohannon, probably saved 2 or 3 runs. Here's Bailey, and again bowls to Leach, beats him outside the off stump with a beauty, and the ball still being, the second new ball being still fairly new. We're only in the 103rd over, so 20 odd overs old. Still a little bit of hardness in the ball, and still a little bit of bounce in this excellent pitch as well, which gave us a cracking day's cricket yesterday, and every indication that will continue to do so today. Just joining us, Northamptonshire have already lost safe save this morning, caught behind off Tom Bailey for 19. That was 305 for 6 in the 99th over. Bailey running away from us. And again bowls to Leach, hits him high up on the thigh pad, rolls down into the gully, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. 308 for 6, with Leach on 4, Sales on 2.
Yep, half an hour gone. That's where we're at so far on day 2. Wickets for Bailey and Williams. 3 for Balderson yesterday. Jack Morley with 1 as well. But look at the amount of overs the spinners bowled. Morley 23, Hartley 10, Wells 11. And a couple of overs of Bailey's off spin yesterday. So plenty of spin news so far in the match. 308 for 6. We're going to see Williams to continue from the James Anderson end, running into ball with 2 slips in the gully, and Sales playing forward and defending, and there is no run scooped up by Williams off his own bowling.
So England have just named their side for the 5th and final test.
Okay.
At the Oval, which looks as though is the same side that could well have won here at Old Trafford, but for the weather.
Williams sets off again to Sales, bowls. That's flicked off the pads down to fine leg for a single.
Yes, Duckett, Crawley, Moeen Ali, Root, Brook, Stokes, Bairstow, Wokes, Wood, Broad and Anderson. So that is the same side, isn't it? That's played at Old Trafford.
Is that tomorrow?
Thursday, I think.
Is that not tomorrow?
Tomorrow, it is tomorrow.
Is that not tomorrow?
It is tomorrow, yes. Just tell how... We're not quite sure what day of the week it is at the moment.
Well,
but
I wasn't certain it was tomorrow.
No, it is. You're absolutely right. It is tomorrow, yes.
They've started at different days.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so
the old days when it used to be 11:30 on a Thursday morning, and you knew where you were.
Yeah.
It's like the old days of championship matches starting on Wednesday and Saturday, and you knew where you were.
Here comes Williams. Balls to Leach. He's flicked off his hip down towards fine leg. Croft gets across the ground nicely, away to his right. Scoops up the ball and come back for 2. Leach moves on to 6. Score moves on to 311 for 6. And Croft replaces his divot. Still be a little soft, perhaps, in areas underfoot. But my goodness, how they did well over the weekend to actually get games on the Saturday. Got some game on the Saturday, some playing time on Saturday, and then to 2 days on from the Sunday to have it ready for this championship match. It's played by Leach off the front foot. Again to Bahanan, who's excellent for Lancashire in that position.
I know you were saying earlier, Scott, how well this ground dries, and I did notice yesterday, just having a walk across first thing with some of the Northamptonshire players before start of play yesterday, and I was amazed how relatively dry it was. I was expecting it would be a bit of a squelch job, but it was a little bit of moisture on the surface, but it was it was pretty firm. Wonderful job by the ground staff.
Williams to Leach. Very carefully, cautiously turning the ball away to the leg side. To the left of George Bell, who's under the helmet at short leg, and it's picked up by Jack Morley. He's doing a decent job here. 44 balls he's faced at the back end of last night, and then through the first half an hour of the morning. 311 for 6. Final ball for Williams. 1 for 48. Balls to Leach, who's easing the ball safely away into the offside for no run. It's the end of the over. 311 for 6. So we've had 104 overs of Northamptonshire's first innings. Sales on 3, Leach on 6. I've done another high-powered rotor for today, and I can't remember who's coming off, whether it's me or whether it's you. Is it Andrew? It's Andrew. Atif Nawaz is with us today, so he's going to come in. My high-powered rotor. It took me hours to put together. I spent all day doing it yesterday. It was very, very enjoyable. I wish I had different coloured pens. That would have capped the whole thing off. I could have done it in multicolours. Quite enjoyed it. Bailey sets in from the stay of the men. Balls, and Sales defends. Drops the ball away into the offside. Up comes Luke Wells to field. No run. 311 for 6. Atif, good morning.
Good morning. I must say your diligence is appreciated in putting that rota together.
Thank you.
It's always lovely to be here at Old Trafford. Always start my day by chatting to Dave downstairs on my way in.
He's a good man.
See, that's how I know I'm in Manchester, when I've spoken to Dave.
There's Bailey. Right arm over, balls to Sales, forward. And defends to mid-off, and there's no run. 311 for 6. Yeah, Dave on the media reception downstairs. Can't get in the building without Dave's permission.
No, you certainly can't. You certainly can't, but always lovely to have a chat and catch up about all things with Dave. And yeah, just a wonderful atmosphere here. Loads of people queuing up, I saw outside just before 10 o'clock, in fact, keen to get in for the start of action. So a nice little crowd here today as well.
Yeah, they're kind of restricted to a couple of areas of the ground. As Bailey balls, forward goes Sales in defence, and there's no run. Got blocks of seats either side of in front of the pavilion, and then in front of the new hotel. It's be quite popular, that, I guess, for members and supporters to enjoy a view from that new facility, which looks pretty impressive. I've not been in for a look yet, but it looks quite nice.
Apparently it opens in November, I was told.
Right.
And, it's just an extension of the existing hotel, but it does look very nice.
It does. Yeah, some nice comfy red seats and out in front. Gets full, but wide by Bailey. Just shapes away from Sales. Taken by Phil Salt, Lancashire's wicket keeper. And there's no run. 3-11 for 6. We've got 2 balls left of this over. Just over half an hour of play on the second day. 1 wicket to fall so far. A dismissal of Safe Zabe. Caught behind by Phil Salt. Good ball sent down by Bailey. Just found the outside edge. Taken by Salt. Got Sales on 3. Here's Bailey. Closing in on 350 first-class wickets. Bowles swings in towards Sales, who drives. Gathered by Bohannon, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. This is Lancashire's first home game back here at Emirates Old Trafford for a little while. The last 2 home games have been at Outgrounds. We're at Blackpool for 4 days, and the previous home game before that in the Championship was against Hampshire, and that was at Southport. So it's been a little while since we've had 4-day cricket.
Did you enjoy yourself in Blackpool, though?
Loved it. Well, apart from one day when you chucked it down all day.
Did you get your 2p machine fixing? Or?
No, I didn't. No, should have done. Should have gone onto the pier and had a go at the slot machines. Bailey bowls, slower ball again. Sales defends to mid-off, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 311 for 6. It was a really good week in Blackpool, and it produced a good game. Lancashire on the wrong end of it. Essex got a really good win, but it was a very good game of cricket. And it was fine for 3 of the 4 days, but he just hammered it down for one of the days, and it just wasn't much fun. I wasn't enjoying outground cricket on that particular day. Yeah,
it's always a shame, isn't it? Of course, we never get bad weather here.
No. Well, you've been here for 2 days now, and have you seen a drop of rain once?
No, I have not. It's been lovely. 2 glorious days here in Manchester, and enjoying taking in my little favourite spots in town yesterday. There's the Frog and Bucket Comedy Club in the Northern Quarter.
Oh yeah, I've been there. Yeah, it's
lovely
nice,
spot.
Yeah.
Really enjoy that whole sort of area. Right, so now we've got Dominic Leach just taking guard again, just checking in. Very intriguing loan signing for Northamptonshire. In fact, I was told yesterday by Andrew that he's the 544th first-class player to play for Northamptonshire, and he gets that number as well. So every player who starts for Northamptonshire gets that number. So I'm sure he's very honoured. Hopefully we'll get a number for the back of his shirt as well soon. He's on strike now. As we're going to have Morley into the attack from the Anderson end, and that ball's defended on the back foot. Just dribbles towards the keeper, and there is no run. Jack Morley had a hefty workload yesterday, 23 overs, 1 for 75. He'll be hoping to not have to bowl as many today as any comes to Leach. This is a bit short outside off and cut away towards that sweeper in front of the new hotel. Just a little single. Things just seem a little bit sedate at the moment. I thought there was some wonderful energy about the Lancashire players this morning. Watched them warming up, playing various football-related games. It's not always football, is it? Sometimes it's sort of this weird volleyball.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it.
Type game.
Yeah.
Apparently activates all your muscles. That's what they tell me.
Oh, right.
Morley in again. That ball's defended on the back foot. Back towards him. There is no run.
It's kind of volleyball, but with your foot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought we called that football, but yeah. I mean,
exactly, yeah. But there's like a net, isn't it? They're trying to hit it over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit more flight this time from Morley as that's pushed to cover. There is no run.
It's very competitive. I've seen them do it. I think it's normally the oldies against the youngies. So it's the youngsters in the team take on all the slightly older senior players.
Yeah, let's go with senior players. Yeah, oldies just, I don't know. I'm getting to that age where I don't like it anymore. Full and driven to mid-off, and there's no run. He's keeping things reasonably quiet. There was just that one short ball outside off in this over from Morley. Just sort of honing in on that spot to Sales. He's yet to sort of impose himself on this innings. Here's Morley again. Bit more flight that time. Just held in the air as it's pushed somewhat tentatively by Sales to cover. There is no run. That completes the over. Just the one from it. Northamptonshire 312 for 6. And they started the day on 302 for 5. So it's been slow accumulation with that one wicket, as you say, Scott, of Saf Zeb falling today. I think they would have tried to push through with that momentum with the 2 new batters out there, but Leach has been quite stoic. 7 off 47 for him. Haven't seen a lot of him. I know he plays a lot of second 11 cricket for Yorkshire. This is a nice loan spell for him. You imagine it's a big opportunity, big county, big ground, wonderful production facility as well. I have to say, this is it's quite elaborate.
It's a good setup, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lancs TV guys, they know what they're doing. I mean, I've not got a clue what I'm doing, but everybody else around me seems to understand what's going on.
You're the star, my friend.
I won't go that far. No Bumble today, and no Paul Allett. So
you're the star by default, at the very least.
Yeah. Bumble and Paul not with us today.
Spot of golf, maybe? I don't know. What does Bumble do in his spare time?
I think he's heading to London for the Test match.
Oh, lovely.
I think so. It's Balderson, so double change. Spin from one end, and now Balderson replacing Bailey from this Brian Statham end. It's defended by Sales away into the offside, no run. Yeah, I think he's on his way to the Test match, Bumble.
Yeah, should be a very fascinating climax to that series. It's a shame the narrative of the Ashes is kind of done, but the quality of cricket in that series has been outstanding.
2 slips in the gullies. Balderson's in. Bowls a full-length ball to Leach. It's chipped away to the leg side. And he kind of flirt with the idea of 2 and decide against it.
He's still getting it to swing, Balderson. This ball is, what, 16 overs old now. It's still swinging a little bit. There's still a little bit of tentativeness from the bat. I mean, just slightly aerial that time from Leach. It does feel like Lancashire on the verge of something. Although I did say that yesterday before there was a 200-run partnership, so what do I know?
Yeah, that dominated the day, didn't it, yesterday? Sales turns this next delivery from Balderson off his pads up towards Bailey at mid-on. There's no run. Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor, 207-run partnership for the 4th wicket.
It's quite something, because when they came together, they were in a bit of a spot to bother. Yeah. Emilio Gay just outstanding, particularly with that 144. Some beautiful shots, particularly straight to the wicket. Really enjoyed his straight drives. Him and Luke Proctor. It's really, really good to watch. For the neutral, I imagine. Possibly not for Lancashire fans, but it was great fun.
Yeah, the batter through the afternoon session, didn't it? It's the first time Northants have had 2 batters bat through a session since last year. It's a nice straight drive by Sales. Stopped by Balderson off his own bowling. Just going to put his right hand there and took the pace off the ball and bounces up towards Bailey. He's at mid-on. There's no run. 313 for 6. So coming towards the end of the bonus point allocation for this first innings, with batting points and bowling points trying to be acquired here by both teams. 107th over of the innings. So far, Lancashire have picked up 2 bowling bonus points, and Northamptonshire 2 batting bonus points. They've put a short cover in. It's a 1-slip gully and a short cover now. It's left alone by Sales. It's pushed full but wide of off stump and taken by Salt. And there is no run.
He's been very consistent as Balderson. I thought maybe perhaps slightly under-bowled yesterday. Just the 12 overs for him. You thought of the most effective bowler by far with the 3 wickets to his name, but also getting a lot of swing and just very consistent on that nagging line outside off.
Sets off again. Statham end. It's a gorgeous straight drive by Sales. Shot of the morning down towards the boundary. Bohannon chasing after it. It's gone for 4 runs through a straight mid-on. Lovely drive by Sales. That felt pretty good. 317 for 6 now.
He just got a bit greedy, Balderson there, just looking for that ball to swing in late, over pitching, and just glorious technique, as you say, from Sales. Just the balance. Watching on that replay, just the way he leaned into it was glorious. And he's having a little chat with Dominic Leach out in the middle. It is quite jarring, really. Dominic Leach, no number on the back of his shirt. It's like old school county championship cricket. Do you remember the year the numbers were introduced?
It was
on the back of the shirts.
Quite controversial, wasn't it?
It was at the time. It was very controversial. There's too much on it. It's supposed to be white. Barely want the club logo on there. Never mind all these sponsors and numbers and what have you. Here's Morley to continue from the Anderson end. Starts with a foolish delivery, which Leach just pushes to mid-on. There's no run. Have you seen the new Indian test kit?
I haven't, no.
Have a look at it and tell me what you make of that. And also tell me what you think, what old school conservative cricket fans would make of that. There's another slightly quicker delivery. He's defended on the back foot. Into the onside. There's no run. It's a lovely day here today in Manchester. We're going to have to say just clear skies, loads of cirrus clouds in the sky. No cumulus nimbus or alto stratus is to be seen. Promises to be a glorious day as Morley in again. That ball's just dabbed gently towards the short leg fielder on the bounce. There is no run. It's George Bell there in that short leg. Spent the bulk of yesterday in that position as well. Be grateful for Morley keeping things nice and full as he does once again, as that ball just goes desperately beyond his grasp, just towards his right-hand side. He thought he was in business for a second there, did George Bell. A short leg, but not to be. Creating a chance there from this tentativeness is Jack Morley, as in he comes again to Leach, who gets more bat on it this time. On the bounce to George Bell at short leg. Takes it very well. Takes a brave fielder to really get in there at short leg. Especially with these new bats, they're so heavy and the ball comes off them very hard and very quick. Here's Morley in again, as that ball's once more played just wide of the fielder at short leg this time. They'll get a single. Spoils the potential maiden. And he'll keep the strike as well. Will Dominic Leach, as that is the end of the over. 318 for 6. With Leach on 9, Sales on 7. It does get it's quite warm out there as well today.
Tough job, that, isn't it? Short leg all day.
It is.
Putting a spin on.
So tell me, have you seen the shirt? Now that's not the shirt. That's not the shirt that you're looking at that I suggested. What you want is photos of their test match against the West Indies.
Okay.
And yeah, it's quite striking. But I'd love to get your opinion on it. I'm not going to bias it in any way by telling you mine. I'll get Andrew's opinion on it as well a bit later.
With the is this one with the blue stripes?
That's
across?
the one.
Right.
That's the one.
Here's Balderson from the Statham end to Leach. It's off the front foot and pushes that one away into the offside. No run. He's kind of got 3 thin blue stripes across each shoulder, haven't they? Going from the neck to the shoulder down.
And the trousers.
And the trousers have these 3 kind of thin blue stripes down the side. Yeah, I quite like that. Don't mind that at all.
Oof. It's a
yeah, I don't mind that.
Good stuff.
Okay. And there's a little bit of blue on the collar too, isn't it?
There is.
Forward again goes Leach.
Much on there. I understand the sort of commercial desire to differentiate your white shirts, your test shirts, and what have you, and also this sort of modern desire to keep test cricket commercially accessible outside of the countries where it's traditionally been commercially accessible.
Balderson to Leach. Just cramps in for room and tries to drop the ball away into the onside. There's 3, actually there's 4 Lancashire players all bouncing up to field the ball. Picked up, I think, by Tom Hartley in the end, or maybe Stephen Croft. There's no run.
I understand, like, wanting to, sell shirts. Like, I get it, that's a part of the game, but that's a lot of stuff on the white. I don't know. I mean, what's the progression of it? Are we going to get lions on England shirts? Are we going to get stars on Pakistan shirts?
It doesn't help with the sponsored being across the front of it neither. That always adds to it. Forward goes Leach and defends is no run. If you were to take away the sponsor, the red letters of the sponsor, maybe just have it without that, some more white on the front. Would that make it feel? Would that
possibly?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the coloured stripes. There's something about them that makes it feel like a sort of training kit. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. It's just my opinion. I'm sure there's people who love it and don't want to upset anybody who really enjoys the kit. But best of luck to everyone.
Balderson to Leach has turned away into the onside. No run. I need to get off that fence at some point.
I'm trying to preempt the tweets. I'm preempting.
What about having the names and numbers on the back of test shirts?
I'm very happy with that. Yeah, especially as somebody who has to commentate and is rapidly deteriorating eyesight. It's very helpful to have numbers.
I think it's good because if you're in the crowd, you want to know who you're looking at.
Absolutely.
Don't you? Yeah, I don't see an issue with that. Balderson swings one in. Oh, that's hammered back down the ground by Leach. Almost takes Balderson out. And he's gone for 4 down towards the straight long off boundary. It was a tub thumping shot though. by Dom Leach. He moves on to 13. It's now 322 for 6.
It felt like, yeah, a bit of a release shot there from, because he kind of planted his foot. It's not really, it kind of breaks the sequence of what it was he was doing, because he just, it was almost premeditated in a way that I'm going to have a swipe at this. And it was a very pleasant looking swipe, don't get me wrong, down the ground, but equally sort of against the run of play. A bit of a release shot there perhaps for Northamptonshire. In any case, it gets him into double figures. It looks very settled and very composed here on his Northamptonshire debut as Dominic Leach. Now then, Jack Morley's got the ball in his hand, ready to come in for his third over of the day. He's got a slip and a short leg in place and he comes to Sales. Lots of flight, and that's full and driven away just wide of the fielder at mid-on. And he'll jog through for an agreed single. 323 for 6 the score now, here on the second day of this match. They're scoring a very good run rate yesterday as well, just over 3. It's just gone below that 3. Morley into Leach. This is full, turned away down towards the fine leg boundaries. A fielder in pursuit who will get there with a sliding stop. Athletically done by Stephen Croft, and the batters managed to get through for another 2. 3-2-5 for 6 now the score. Looking to score a bit more freely, Leach, it seems. Spent quite a lot of time out in the middle already, 62 deliveries. So Morley in again, a bit quicker and fuller as that ball's just pushed defensively back to him for no run. It's very sort of almost a predictable spinner thing to do, isn't it? When you get turned away for a couple of runs, the next ball's full and fast. Here's Morley in again to Leach, who sweeps hard at this ball, doesn't really make contact. It was a bit quicker going down the leg side, and Phil Salt gets enough on it to prevent it going for any buys, but the intent is very clear from Dominic Leach right now. He's looking to earn his shirt number. So Morley's in the game as well. He knows these attacking shots give him an opportunity, as in he comes again to Leach. Lots of flight, big swing across the line, half an appeal, but was going down leg side quite comfortably. An easy decision that for the umpire. He's alive. There's something to the game right now with Leach looking to attack. Morley knows he's in there. That one just striking him outside the line of leg. I don't think there was any real chance there. Morley in again to Leach as he pushes forward slightly tentatively. Again, half an appeal from Morley. But there is no run, and that is the end of the over. 325 for 6. Sales on 8 and Leach 13. You get the feeling we're in that phase of play, particularly when Dominic Leach is on strike. There's something maybe about to give.
Yeah, that's the end of the bonus point allocation too, isn't it now? So Northamptonshire have got their 2 batting bonus points, and Lancashire have picked up 2 bowling bonus points from this game so far.
Yeah, they will have heard the news overnight of Middlesex's performance against Warwickshire, and there's a sort of heated battle at the bottom of Division 1 at the moment between Kent, Middlesex and Northants.
There's Balderson, forward goes Sales, there's no run. It might be worth taking a little look at some of the other games and scores, because there was plenty going on yesterday. There's loads of wickets tumbling on that first day of games.
There's all sorts of controversy in that game at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Middlesex. There was a moment where, I forget who the batter was, but they hit a big 6 and they managed to hit the stumps and they follow through.
Balderson in. That's a really good ball. Beats Sales as he's kind of groping forward. It's a terrific delivery. And glare back down the pitch by Sales. And he's beaten by an excellent ball by Balderson.
Yeah, it was quite a remarkable shot yesterday. That I mean, I saw it featured on a few different news channels. You know it's notable or interesting if it was on all these news channels. But yeah, it was just a big swing. I forget off the top of my head who the batter was.
Was it Toby Rowland-Jones?
It possibly was Toby Rowland-Jones, but there was this big wild swing. Yeah. He's going to hit the 6, and I think it did go for 6, but as his bat came through and his follow-through over his head, he knocked the bails off. So it was like, well, is it a 6? Is it out? And there was a bit of discussion. I think he was given out in the end.
He was, yeah. Balderson in. And eased out towards the onside by Sales, and there is no run. 3.25 for 6, no ball signalled by umpire Middlebrook. The score moves on to 3.27 for 6. It's probably made it was even more amusing because he's almost standing there and admiring the shot, wasn't he? He was like, "Oh, I've just hit a really good 6," and his back clattered into the stumps. Flicked away by Sales to backward square leg for a single. 3.28 for 6.
It's great value, the County Championship Instagram page. It's wonderful clips. And it's great to see them shared as well. I mean, a lot of people outside of England get to see it that way, like on the Lancs TV stream and the various streams. It's a lot of interest in County Championship cricket around the world, which is great to see. And what's happening here? It's a bit of a chat between Tom Bailey and Balderson. Thinking about pushing mid-wicket back or putting an extra fielder in. I think he wants to keep attacking the stumps while the ball's swinging in for him so sharply. Bit of protection in the deep now as we're getting a sort of deep mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, short mid-wicket, short cover, then 2 on the leg side boundary. Pushed away by Leach to Wells, a tall figure of Luke Wells at extra cover. And there is no run. 3.28 for 6, almost an hour of play gone in the morning session of day 2. 1 wicket to fall. Out of safe Zabe off the bowling of Tom Bailey. In case you're searching for a second this morning, but Balderson in, short ball this time, and Leach has duck underneath that and through to the keeper, and there is no run.
It's been very impressive as George Balderson, just great control, and he has the variation in him as well. Still sort of early into his spell today, but just keeping the batter honest with that bouncer. He knows Leach is looking to be a little bit more aggressive now.
Final ball of the over for Balderson from the Statham end. He's pushing at that, is Leach. The ball just nibbles away past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Salt, and there is no run. So 3.28 for 6, 111 overs gone. Just have a look at some of the scores then elsewhere in the County Championship. Starting in the game between Hampshire and Essex, where Essex are into their first innings. Got Harmer and Porter batting. It's 169 for 8, Essex. That's in reply to Hampshire total of 120 all out. Game taking place in Southampton.
Yeah, he's been very impressive this morning, Balderson. And yesterday, we'll come back to him as Morley is back in, as that ball's just pushed delicately in front of point, and there's no run.
I'll look at Nottinghamshire against Kent in a moment in that game at Trent Bridge. Here it is, 316 for 6. Harrison on 7 and James on 19 for Notts. 316 for 6 in their match against Kent at Trent Bridge.
Here's Morley now into Sales, a bit shorter this time, cut away out towards the cover sweeper. It'll just be an agreed single.
Game between Somerset and Taunton at the Oval, where Somerset are on 170 all out, and Surrey in reply at 207 for 4. So Tom Latham 91, Will Jackson 54 for Surrey.
Here's Morley now. Lots of fly on that ball, just pushed again. To extra cover, there is no run.
So just a reminder of that again. Surrey 203 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 170 all out. And there's one more game in Division 1.
This is the one I want to hear about. Here's Morley into Leach. He comes down the track and he's going to be stumped. Well, he was looking to force the pace. Was Dominic Leach. Skips down the wicket. The ball turns away from him. Comfortably taken by Phil Salt, who had all the time in the world to knock the bails off. And Jack Morley is rewarded from some excellent controlled bowling this morning with the wicket of Dominic Leach. He goes for 13. Northamptonshire 329 for 7.
His sense was just starting to get a little bit itchy feet, wasn't he, Dom Leach? Especially with the spinner coming on. I think he starting to look like a man that was wanting to try and feel bat on ball, and the result maybe a little dance down the pitch, and Salt does the rest. Second stumping in the match. You can perhaps forgive that one a little bit more than the previous stumping earlier on in the game, which wasn't great for Sam Whiteman yesterday, but nice for Jack Morley. Second wicket for him.
Yeah, it's just a lovely piece of bowling, really. He spotted the movement very early. It was very sort of short of a length, short of a good length anyway, and he just sort of just shy of one of the footmarks on the surface. Took that bit of turn, which we love to see. Now then, Lewis McManus is a new batter on his way out. Perhaps we can get the score in that game that we were discussing.
Yeah, this is the match at Warwickshire, with Warwickshire 88 for 3 in their second innings. Already lost 3 wickets in a game that's had loads of runs, loads of wickets rather. It's in the dismissals of Yates and Davis and Rose. So it's 87 for 3, Warwickshire, and trail Middlesex by 52 runs. It's been a lively game in the Midlands this week between those two sides.
Yeah, it has indeed. Two teams have done a lot of work with. So closely follow them, the pair of them. Right, here we go. Jack Morley with a new batter, Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper for Northampton, who's in. Here he comes with another flighted delivery, driven back towards him, and he takes it somewhat sort of acrobatically. He immediately starts rubbing away at the ball. I wonder if there's some moisture out there, or maybe just a bit of sweat. Keeping it very tidy. Here's Morley now into McManus again. That's down the leg side and just flicked away by McManus, just wide of the fielder at square leg. They get through for a quick single, so McManus off the mark. It completes Morley's 27th over in this innings. Northamptonshire 330 for 7. And not a lot of batting to come now. Still Alex Russell and Jack White there for Northamptonshire. You do feel Lancashire will be already starting to turn their thoughts towards potentially batting. They'd really like to get in before lunch if possible and start to respond and accumulate a little bit more. And maybe register some bowling points as well. Now then, it's going to be George Balderson to continue. He's been terrific so far this morning, so impressive from the Statham end. Still been given that attacking field of 2 slips and a gully. And those close fielders in at mid-wicket and cover. There is Balderson now as McManus is taking a half step forward in defence there as he just pushes the ball to mid-on. There is no run. You sense there's something about this Balderson. Just the way he can take the ball away, bring the ball in, creates a little bit more indecision for the batter. And particularly tricky for the new batter, having to adjust to that. McManus just 3 balls into his innings. Here's Balderson now, in again. Back of a length this time, and McManus comfortably defends that towards mid-off. There is no run. Andrew's back in alongside me. We'll chat about this batting performance from Northamptonshire. Thus far, very, very impressive stuff from George Balderson in particular. I haven't seen a lot of him before this, but he's been very impressive.
No, it's been. I think Northamptonshire obviously going route 1 here. They're able to try and bat once if they can.
There's Balderson in again. This is full. It's been flicked away towards the leg side. Lots of wide open space there. The fielder, quite deep, sort of fine leg position, has to run around a long way, but does prevent the boundary. Good work out there in the deep. It'll just be a couple of runs for McManus. He's on to 332 for 7. Yeah, what did you make of that sort of Dominic Leach cameo?
Well, yeah, I suppose you say he did his job, didn't he? Hung around, what, 71 balls for 13, but I think it got to the stage where he'd either got to make something happen. The game had just almost ground to a halt, hadn't it, one way or another, and I think he just felt he had to try and make something happen, and unfortunately what he made happen was he was stumped by a distance.
Sort of a back of a length delivery there from Balderson, just kept out by McManus.
The thing is, I think if Northamptonshire are going to get up to the sort of total that they would like to, which is, I don't know, 370, 380, something like that, you know, possibly even up to 400, these are the two batters that are going to do it. Realistically, James Sales and Lewis McManus. Lewis McManus has had a poor season in red ball cricket, but he's more than capable of scoring runs.
Here's Balderson into McManus. This is short and just evaded by McManus as it goes through to Phil Salt, slightly leg side-ish. No run. And
obviously, I mean, the early demise of Safe Save was disappointing from that point of view. I think if Northamptonshire were looking for that total, but it was clear the tactics this morning. You know, if they'd gone straight off, they might have thought, well, we get a third batting point. But to be honest, where Northamptonshire are so far adrift at the bottom of the table, the odd batting point here and there isn't going to make a lot of difference. They've got to try and win the game.
Balderson in again. That ball's just worked wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. There will be runs here, possibly even two. No, it'll just be the one. Kind of walk through for that single. Very quickly onto the ball was Will Williams, and it'll just be a single to close out the over. 333 for 7 after 113 overs. And, 2 wickets to fall today, as you were just saying. It was Saif Zaib falling to Bailey, and Jack Morley accounting for Dominic Leach. But that aside, there's been sort of slow accumulation from Northamptonshire. Today, they overnight were on 302 for 5. They're on 333 for 7. So scoring has been a bit trickier today, Andrew.
It has, and as I say, I think these two realistically are going to need to try and take it on a little bit. No disrespect to Jack White. You never quite know what you're going to get when Jack goes into bat. He will tell you, if you ask him, and he'll probably tell you at great length about his 59, his career best 59 against Kent this year, which made what was another Northamptonshire defeat a little bit more entertaining as Morley starts fresh over with a slip and a forward short leg. McManus playing back to a ball that I don't think bounced quite as much as he was expecting. It runs it out into the offside where Bohannon fields, and there's no run. But Alex Russell again, he's not picked for his batting, it's probably fair to say. As Morley round the wicket again, bowls to McManus, who's forward, playing it out in the offside. So they need a little bit of a partnership from these two, ideally, just to try and take it, I say, north of 360 if possible. But I think it's sensible from Northamptonshire. They've got to try and give themselves the best chance of winning this game, especially with the possibility of a bit of weather around tomorrow if the forecast is right, which it often isn't. Here's Morley in. McManus sweeps that away into the wide open spaces on the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 6. I was just looking to see where it bounced, and it just had enough to get over the rope in front of the party stand. If that had been on Saturday, the party stand would have erupted. But as there is only our solitary camera person out there in the party stand, she didn't erupt. But nevertheless, it's half a dozen to Lewis McManus. He goes to 10, and Northamptonshire to 339 for 7. Been extraordinary. Lewis McManus, who's a more than capable batter and is red ball vice captain this year, and he's just struggled to get going with the bat this year. 91 runs at 10, highest score of 24 in Championship cricket, which is, for a player of his ability, well down on what you would expect. But got the opportunity here, and James Sales also, of course, they back in the side, so looking to make a contribution. Still the slip and the forward short leg in place for Morley, who's in his 28th over. Bowls to McManus, who's stretching forward, pushes it out into the covers. There's not a single to be had there, as Bohannon, as he always is, quickly, energetically to the ball. And there's no run. Sun's disappeared behind a cloud at the moment. Forecast is maybe a little bit of something wet later on in the day, but we're okay at the moment. As Morley is in again, bowls to McManus in behind that, pushing it out to George Bell under the lid at forward short leg, and there's no run.
Doesn't seem to be anything threatening in the sky at the moment.
No, I think we're all right for it. I think later this afternoon, I think, was what the apps were suggesting, the various ones. Morley in again, bowls to McManus, who plays that back down the pitch. End of the over, 28 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 86 for Jack Morley. Wicket this morning of the night watchman Dom Leach. It's 339 for 7 with McManus on 10, Sales on 10. I loved your conversation, Atif, with Scott about the Indian Test kit.
Well, tell me you agree with me, Andrew.
I do. No, I'm afraid I'm with you entirely
Wonderful.
on this one. I'm not a big fan of that sort of thing. As a fully paid up member of the dinosaur tendency on things like that. But I was just thinking, actually, while I was next door waiting to talk to BBC Radio Northampton, that there's probably a PhD to be done on Northamptonshire caps. And I was thinking about, you know, the sort of sartorial issues that get supporters hot under the collar one way or the other. And the Northamptonshire caps over the last half century, somebody could do a learned treatise on this, because it's quite a complicated story.
I look forward to learning more about that. As Tom Hartley is replacing George Balderson into the attack. He starts with a shortish ball, pushed just wide of the fielder at cover. They run through for a quick single. And the score moves to 340 for 7. So, like, was there too much on it?
Well,
was there too little?
The thing was, when I first started watching Northamptonshire, which was 1972, you'd go in the ground and you could almost tell instantly whether Northamptonshire were in the field or batting, because you could see the maroon caps, obviously distinctive, old-fashioned traditional cricket caps. So that's the 70s. Move on a decade after this ball.
I love this. This is sort of like a tantalising storytelling. Hartley into McManus, who sweeps the ball slightly eerily. In fact, gets a leading edge. Drops short of the fielder at sort of a wideish gully. And there's no run. Right, let's see.
At around about 84, 85, somebody had the bright idea to go for the sort of the baggy maroon rather than the baggy green.
Tom Hartley into McManus again. That's defended on the front foot. Do tell more.
But not all of the players wore them. Rob Bailey used to wear one. Richard Williams certainly used to wear one, if you look at photographs of the team from that era. But Jeff Cook, for example, the captain, didn't. He used to stay with the traditional one.
As this ball's been slapped up in the air, is it going to be taken? It is. It's a very good catch by Tom Bailey. It's a bit of a nothing shot, that, from Lewis McManus, kind of indicative of his season at the moment. Just really struggling to bed in. Was looking to sort of break the shackles a little bit. Hartley held his line, and Bailey took the catch. And that is the 3rd wicket to fall today, the 8th overall for Northamptonshire. 340 for 8. McManus goes for 10. And a real sort of, I don't know if I can call it a lapse in concentration, but it really wasn't there for it. He was reaching for that ball. It was just in front of him a little bit as he tried to clear those fielders at mid-on and mid-off. Really just looped it up in front of them, and judged to perfection by Bailey. They're all enjoying a little drink. They've done well so far. Could well be in with a chance of having a bat before lunch, Lancashire.
Looks very much like it, doesn't it? Yeah, it was a good catch from Tom Bailey, but as you say, and I think you've got it spot on there, I think it just rather sums up Lewis McManus' season with the bat. He just hasn't really managed to get going, and I suppose it's indicative, if nothing else, of the thinking in the Northamptonshire dressing room. Maybe they've had a look at the weather and they think if there's going to be time maybe taken out of the game, we need to be bowling. And if we can get up sort of, say, 350, 360, then we've got something. If the pitch is going to deteriorate a bit later on, I have to say, very little sign of it so far. But if it is going to turn a bit later on, then, you know, if we've got first innings runs, I think that's probably what the thinking is. But they would have liked, obviously, I think they wanted safe save to bat for an hour this morning, but it wasn't to be, thanks to Tom Bailey.
It was a very attractive looking 19, I have to say, but there wasn't, he couldn't push on.
Stylish player. But, well, now, this, if nothing else, I suspect will be entertaining from Jack White. A lot of Northamptonshire supporters will remember him at Cheltenham last year, going in with a run chase on the last afternoon, and being pushed up the order to go and give it a bit of a welt, and deciding to reverse sweep one of the seamers' first ball and nailing it. It was probably his batting highlight of his career.
Well, let's see what he can do here with a slip and a short leg in place. In comes Hartley as that ball's defended somewhat in conventional manner, just pushed in front of him defensively for no run. That reverse sweep is loading, though.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I mean, he needs to play for James Sales here, doesn't he, really?
Well, you'd hope so if you're a Northamptonshire supporter, as this is a back of a length ball. It's been whipped away nicely by White, out towards square leg, just in front of square, and they get through for a single, so White will retain the strike. There's no strike farming happening here at Old Trafford. 341 for 8 after 115.
Yes, he's trying to shield. I was going to say play for James Sales. He looks like he's trying to shield James Sales, but anyway, single. So just to go back to this caps thing. So the baggy caps were not universally popular. So then a bit later on, they decided to go with like the baseball caps.
Gotcha.
Which I must admit I loathed, but you know that they were it was more practical and all the rest of it. Then they went through the stage of having a different cap for cap players. So they had the cap. I don't know if you saw them with the gold piping. So it was a maroon cap with bulb. For a few years, for cap players had that. But then for this season, I know the head coach John Sadler had views on this, which come on to in a second. Jack Morley's about to start his 29th over from the far end, the James Anderson end, bowling to the left-handed Jack White, who drives off a thick outside edge, goes down through where gully would have been. It's a little bit of a chase for Stephen Croft, who reels it in, and it's a single to White. He goes to 2 and Northamptonshire to 342 for 8. He felt that when you're out on the field, you want to have everybody, you know, for the oneness of the team, wearing the same cap. So they've now gone back to the more traditional Northamptonshire maroon cap. So in the space of 50 years, they've gone through about 3 different sartorial changes to get back to where they started from. Here's Morley in bowls to Sales, who's bowled him. And that's an absolute beauty from Jack Morley. That has turned, well, that'll interest, I'm sure, the Northamptonshire spinners. But James Sales, well and truly done by that one. He goes for 11, bowled by Morley, a 3rd wicket for him. And Northamptonshire 342 for 9, with Alex Russell shortly be coming to the crease. But that, we're saying that it hasn't done a lot, but that did turn. It bit, it hit, I think, the top of off stump. We'll have a look on the replay. 342 for 9 it is.
Yeah, it was just a beautiful length there, wasn't it? Just pitched and held its line. Just, well, I'm not going to say held its line, actually. Really just gripped and turned, really, straight into the middle stump. He hadn't really covered the movement there at Sales. He was sort of half in his crease. He did attempt to get forward, but sort of somewhat tentatively, and that ball just turned right past the middle of his bat as he looked at the spot on the pitch where it hit. There's no footmark or anything like that there. It was pretty much sort of on just on leg stump, really, that ball. But beautiful bit of bowling from Jack Morley, who I think has been terrific so far today. Was made to toil yesterday, 23 overs, and is being rewarded today, bowling at the tail, 342 for 9. Alex Russell, tell me a little bit about Alex Russell.
Alex Russell making his 3rd championship appearance, made his debut. He's a young leg spinner born in Newport in South Wales, played a lot of his youth cricket in Gloucestershire, has been playing national counties for Herefordshire before Northamptonshire snapped him up. He's facing his first ball from Morley, and there's an appeal for LBW as he pushes half forward. Doesn't get much of a stride in. Not out, says umpire Lloyd. Played a lot of the 50 over cup competition last year, say championship debut this year, and in his 2nd championship match against Kent picked up a 6-for as Morley is in, bowling to Russell, drives up to extra cover and there's no run. 6 for 175 on a very, very long bowl on a used pitch against Kent. Finished up 37 overs and 5 balls, 6 for 175. Here's Morley in, bowling to Russell, who's playing it in up to short extra and there's no run. So he's going to have a big role to play, obviously, in the Lancashire innings, which is going to be starting, one would imagine, in the not too distant future. Here's Morley in again, bowls to Russell. Again, he's forward, playing it up to short extra. That's the end of another successful over from Jack Morley. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 87. Applause from around the ground, and rightly so. 342 for 9 with Jack Russell. Not Jack Russell, Alex Russell yet to get off the mark. Jack White is on to put those two together, and you get a fantastic cricketer and a great artist as well. But
absolutely,
interesting. Alex Russell, the 6 for on his 2nd championship appearance, it necessitated a certain amount of midnight oil being burned to find out the last Northamptonshire bowler to pick up a 6 for that early in his championship career, and you have to go back to 1956.
Wow! And
Mick Allen, who did it against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So a little bit of history made by Alex Russell. Fine young bowler. I think you'll enjoy watching him.
I very much look forward to it. It could be imminent, really, as Tom Hartley into wide. There's that reverse sweep we were talking about. The catch is taken and the wicket falls. Sharp work there from Phil Salt. Another dismissal for him. And that 10th wicket taken very swiftly by Lancashire. High fives all round. Very professional display this morning for them, only allowing 40 runs to be scored, to be added to the overnight total, and taking those last 5 wickets to get themselves batting again. Slightly disappointing from Northamptonshire, but they'll be keen to get in on this pitch and start taking advantage of the turn we've seen. As we take another look at that dismissal from Hartley, just gave the ball plenty of air, turned in towards the attempted reverse sweep of Jack White, just took a little bit of glove, held in the air ever so slightly, enough time for Phil Salt to lunge forward And as he's done hundreds of times in his career, lean forward, collect the ball. And, well, Northamptonshire all out for 342, as we say. A terrific performance from Lancashire this morning. The bowlers have all contributed. Hartley picking up 2 for 44. Morley 3 for 87. And Balderson as well, looking very good from yesterday with his 3 wickets.
I don't think the reverse. I mean, I really think Jack White maybe needs to think about shelving that particular stroke, but I suppose he'll say it's.
He has license at that point.
It's productive. By that stage, it was. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Scott and I were saying when the innings we started the first thing this morning that you know, if Lancashire could bowl Northamptonshire out 350, 360. Take the last 5 wickets quickly, they'll feel they're right back in this game, and that's absolutely what's happened. I suppose, as I say, from Northamptonshire point of view, they'll just feel we've got a first innings score, and that's such a rarity this season, the way they've been batting. As I say, the fact that up until yesterday they've managed only 1 batting bonus point all season. So they've got a first innings score, they've got something to bowl at, which is, you know, not the way the season has generally panned out. And they need to bowl well. They've also, I suspect, they may be just mindful of the fact that the weather may intervene later today into tomorrow. We may lose a little bit of playing time. But that said, as you say, absolutely hats off to Lancashire this morning. They came out full of energy. They've looked sharp in the field. And I tell you what, I really enjoyed about that the wicket of James Sales, that ball of Jack Morley's. He used the crease so well. He came a little bit wider of the crease, and the angle did Sales as much as anything else. And as you said rightly, it just held its line. It just gripped, held, and hit the top of off stump. It was a beautiful piece of bowling from a young spinner. So I haven't seen him before, but I'd heard some very good reports from those up at this part of the world that have seen a lot of him. And certainly we haven't been disappointed. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 87. Really top-class stuff. And
really sort of fighting all the way through that as well. Like, just really maintaining that desire to keep attacking the wickets, having bowled all those overs. It's a really good character trait for your first-class spinner. Sort of working away with the ball, just giving it a good old rub into the front of his shirt. Very sort of... I really like that. It's sort of a throwback to club cricket, really. You know, where you use the front of your, no towels necessary, no side of the trousers, just front of your shirt, put the ball in there, stick it in there, get it nice and dry. But yeah, very, very, very impressive performance from him. There was impressive performances from Northamptonshire as well. Emilio Gay in particular, with his 144 yesterday, was looking in sublime touch. Just brilliant batting from him. And Luke Proctor, with whom he shared a 207-run partnership, also outstanding. I thought a little bit unlucky to miss out on another major milestone of his all, but 75 very well-earned runs for him, the captain, Luke Proctor. He'll be giving a steady team talk to his bowlers right now of what he expects of them. Keaton Jennings, though, I would imagine of the 2 captains this morning, the happier.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it's, as I say, a lot now falls on the shoulders of the young shoulders of Alex Russell, because Northamptonshire going into this match without Rob Keogh, who would normally you regard as their frontline spin bowler over the last couple of seasons. As I say, no Simon Kerrigan at the moment. So Alex Russell is really, if you like, the only specialist spinner in the Northamptonshire side. They do have Safe Sabe, who bowls a bit of left-arm spin, and as I was saying to Scott earlier, you probably appreciate the opportunity to actually have a decent bowl, because he hasn't bowled very much really over the last couple of seasons. Let me just run you through the bowling figures for those of you particularly listening on radio, because I know a lot of people who listen and like to keep their scorecards up to date. Tom Bailey, 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 79, so he finishes with 40, well, I say doesn't finish, he's on at the moment 40 championship wickets. Will Williams, 25 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 48. George Balderson, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 44. Jack Morley, excellent, 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 87. Tom Hartley, 11 overs and 1 ball, no maidens, 2 for 44. And Luke Wells bowled 11 overs yesterday, no wicket for 23. Those figures on your screen if you're watching on Lancs TV. There were 36 extras, 14 byes, 3 leg byes, 1 wide, and 18 no balls. 342 all out in 116 overs and 1 ball. So as far as the bonus points are concerned, it's 2 apiece. Lancashire get 2 bowling points. It was 328 for 6 at the 110 over mark. So now Northamptonshire pick up 2 batting points, and Lancashire 2 bowling points. Just bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country while we wait for the reappearance of umpires James Middlebrook and Graham Lloyd. Down at the Aegeus Bowl, Essex have been bowled out this morning for 169 in reply to Hampshire's 120 all out. So it's a 49-run lead for Essex. Hampshire just starting their second innings and they're 1 for no wicket. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 331 for 8 against Kent. Of course, Northamptonshire in particular keeping a bit of a close eye on what Kent are doing, because Kent currently 8th in the table, 26 points ahead of Northamptonshire, but having played 1 game more. So, with no disrespect to my many friends down in Kent, Northamptonshire will be not hugely looking for Kent to do well, but 331 for 8 Nottinghamshire at the moment anyway, because Ben Slater made 100 yesterday, and Tom Moore's out this morning for 94. Lyndon James is 28 not out there. Down at Taunton, Somerset bowled out yesterday for 170, and the lead is Surrey, 219 for 5. Latham out for 99. Will Jacks 57 not out, so another useful contribution from Jacks with plenty of power to add. The game that is certainly moving ahead at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Warwickshire 102 for 3 in their second innings, so they're still 37 runs behind. Warwickshire was bowled out yesterday for 60, Middlesex 199 all out in reply. And again, from Northampton's point of view, they will be hoping that the Bears can pull something out of the bag there and perhaps manufacture a little win over Middlesex, because a victory for Middlesex would leave Northamptonshire a very long way adrift.
It would, and yeah, that sort of three-way battle between Kent and Northamptonshire and Middlesex it's more tantalising almost than what's happening at the top of the table. But it's interesting to see such a tight match between those two teams, because I think a lot of people were predicting a mismatch, particularly with the form Middlesex was showing going into that game and how strong Warwickshire have been this season. So yeah, I'm sure there's a few streams of being watched. I think there's a bit of Lancs TV up on the screens in Edgbaston, and perhaps we'll have a bit of Bears TV on here as well, so on one of the screens over here as well. Well, I can see the Northamptonshire fielders on the boundary. Now, we did talk extensively about caps, so I feel it's only fair to spend a little bit of time on the current caps. They've still got the sort of traditional maroon to go with the shirt numbers and the names on the back of the shirt. What's the sort of the general the vibe about the current hat?
Well, I think, as I say, the feeling was, and this was the subject of, I think, quite a lot of discussion off-season, which was, whether it was it looked a bit like almost like gentlemen players, when they went out with the cap players with the piping. I think aesthetically they look rather good. I quite like them. They look smart. But I can understand the thinking, which is that you want all of the players to be wearing the same cap. So
uniform.
James Sales is, young player at the start of his career. Dom Leach, I'm assuming they're given a cap. Now he has actually played for Northamptonshire, even though he's not actually on the staff. So they all look the same, with the Northamptonshire, the Tudor rose on the front. And I have to say, I think they do look rather smart. And I took a little bit of convincing, but I have to say, when you see them and you see the team going out all in the same cap, I think they look good. But I'm sure others may have differing opinions. If you want to share your views with us, obviously get in touch with us on the usual way. Just quickly canter through Division 2 while the teams and the umpires just taking the field. Glamorgan 521 for 8 declared. They've just pulled out against Derbyshire at Derby. Yorkshire 205 for 3 up at Scarborough against Durham. Had a little rain there yesterday, rather belying its nickname. And Worcestershire 95 for 3 against Gloucestershire at the part of the Cheltenham Festival, where Northamptonshire will be at the back end of next week in the One Day Cup. So we are now ready to start.
We are indeed, and I'm going to I think it feels like a nice point for a change, so I'm going to leave you in the wonderful company of Scott Reed.
OK, thanks, Atif. He'll be back with us a little bit later on. It is going to be Jack White who's going to bowl the first ball for Northamptonshire from this Brian Statham end. The Lancashire openers out there, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. So 2 left-handers opening the batting for Lancashire, as there are, of course, for Northamptonshire, although Northamptonshire then take things to extremes by having 5 left-handers in the top 6 in this particular side. But it's going to be Jack White, Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the Championship so far this season, with his new rather sharp-looking haircut, which we've seen this year. He's got to run into bowl with 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay at second, Justin Broad at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And he's White round the wicket, bowling the first ball to Luke Wells, who's playing that up to mid-on, where Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor fields. And there's no run, and it's good afternoon again to Scott.
Afternoon, Radders. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, well, 340 all out. I think Lancashire should be pretty happy with that.
Well, we said at the start, didn't we?
Yeah.
If they could hurry it out, get Northamptonshire out for not many more than 350, and in fact they've got them out for less than that. I think from Northamptonshire's point of view, I think they would sort of think, well, OK, it hasn't been a great morning, but at least we've got some runs on the board, which, as I say, this year is something of a rarity. Here's White in round the wicket again, bowls to Wells, who covers up, pushes it out into the offside. Saif Zaib comes in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Yeah,
well, he runs on the board, 350, pretty much. You're in the game, aren't you? If
Absolutely.
You've got some first innings runs on the board, they've got something to work with here, then they've batted on the surface, and though it's a good pitch, they'll be hoping for perhaps a little bit more deterioration through the course of the day, and be hoping that the second day of this match, which is 6th day of the pitch, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Then they'll be hoping that it kind of maybe gives them a little bit extra, apart from just in the foothold, certainly for their spinners.
Here's White in again, bowling to Wells, turns it out on the onside. James Sales is quickly to the ball from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Very impressed with Jack Morley. As I hadn't seen him before, and I thought he bowled beautifully this morning. He bowled well yesterday. I thought he bowled beautifully this morning. And the one that he got James Sales with was an absolute ripper. It
was. I think the best thing, the most impressive thing for me with Jack yesterday, actually, is that Northants tried to get at him.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a test from yesterday. Didn't really seem to get flustered by it too much. Certainly Emilio Gay was really aggressive to him early on. Yeah, I think he'd be super pleased with his efforts in this match.
Well, rightly so. Here's White in again, bowling to Wells. That just straightens him up a little bit, plays it back down the pitch. There's no run. And it'll be interesting to see, because I wouldn't be at all surprised that whether Lancashire decide to play Alex Russell when his time to come into the attack comes. I'm sure they'll be looking to perhaps dominate him, mindful of the fact that he is really Northamptonshire's only, if you like, specialist spinner. So they've got Saif Zaib, who's a handy left armer, but there's an awful lot, I think, resting potentially on Alex Russell's shoulder, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Lancashire don't try and adopt the same sort of tactics against him that Northamptonshire did against Jack Morley yesterday. Is Jack White in, bowling to Wells, who's forward, playing it out into the covers again. Saif Zaib quickly to the ball, and there's no run. A little bit more cloud around than there was first thing, but it's pretty high cloud. Very impressed when Atif early was going through all the different cloud types and alto strut. I thought that was a 1970s aftershave that he was talking about, but it's very impressive.
It's like being back in my geography class at GCSE.
Wake up, Reed.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of that from Mr. Johnson. Come on, Reed. Wake up.
Here's Jack White running it away from us and bowls on leg stump to Wells, who turns it out into the onside, but Sales fields at square leg, so a maiden to start with. We've had 1 over, and replying to Northamptonshire's 342 all out, Lancashire 0 for 0.
Because the pitch is turning, but from the footmarks, isn't it? Yeah. Really, it's whether you get kind of anything significant in terms of deterioration. Those footmarks now, you can see for viewers on Lancs TV. That's kind of where the spinners are aiming for, those little patches. And the ball is doing a bit out of that. It's a bit unpredictable, isn't it, out of those footmarks? But I mean, yesterday I think it still looked like an absolute terrific pitch, didn't it? To bat on.
Emilio Gay said so. He said it was just it was nice to bat on. He said obviously the footmarks were the issue, and you had to be careful because you never quite know what's going to happen. But I think he thoroughly enjoyed the experience talking to him last night. See George Weldon. He of the peroxide blonde hair. He's gone blonde all of a sudden. George Weldon. He's down having a chat with Jack White on the boundary down below us in his fetching scarlet bib.
Lovely, very nice. It's going to be Dom Leach from the Anderson end, who will be opening up the bowling for Northamptonshire. And he's got Keaton Jennings on strike. And Jennings plays right forward in defence, and there's no run.
Well, he's not going to emulate, as I mentioned, I think when I'm trying to think who it was this season who was bowling their first ball for Northamptonshire. He's not going to emulate Charles Bedford Thornycroft or Tony Pemberthy, the two bowlers who've taken the wicket with their first ball in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. So he's not joining that illustrious duo.
I think last night when he went to sleep, that was front and centre of his mind.
He was haunted by the image of Charles Bedford Thornycroft.
Leach to Jennings. It's full and wide and left and taken by McManus, and there is no run.
I think that was at against Kent at Catford Bridge in 1907.
Tremendous.
Caught at cover. Alfred Day. The other one I did see. I was on air at the time. Tony Pemberthy against Tubbs, Mark Taylor, Australian captain. Heard, of course, on media outlets during this present Ashes series. Caught behind by Wayne Noon with his first ball for Northampton, 1989.
There's Leach. In he comes to Jennings. It's defended, and there is no run. Never fails to amaze me when I'm on commentary with you, Radders. Your knowledge of Northamptonshire cricket in particular, but not just restricted and limited to Northants.
Yeah, but as my wife will tell you, I can't remember what day the bins go out and what colour bin it is. So it's nothing to boast about really. But I do remember it was a great line, because obviously you'd say Pember's wicket with first ball and Nooney making his debut as well. So it was a good line. Kept us going for a bit.
3 slips waiting as Leach comes over the wicket, balls left alone by Jennings. Taken by McManus, and there's no run.
I do remember also a very good mate of mine, Gareth Smith, who left Armour, went back up, had a little spell at Warwickshire, and then after playing for Northamptonshire is now back up to his native North East, still playing for Bolden Cricket Club, and he got Sunil Gavaskar second ball. First ball, this was 86, first ball was propelled by Gavaskar over mid-on for 4 with an unceremonious thump. And the second ball he got him caught behind by Stuart Waterton, which wasn't a bad one to get first up.
Leach to Jennings. It's short and he pulls. It'll be 4 runs. Onto that in a flash, Keaton Jennings. Little short from Leach. Jennings onto the back foot. Pulls it through square leg for 4 runs. Lancashire's first innings is up and running with their first boundary. Their first runs, 4 without loss.
Yeah, there's not a lot of pace, is there, in the pitch particularly, and dropping it that far short. Keaton Jennings, meat and drink to him, and you saw from watching on Lancs TV, the batters having a little chat and a little giggle amongst themselves, and Keaton Jennings, I'm sure, will be very happy with a ball like that to get off the mark with.
4 decent balls before that. Good length, and Jennings was keen to leave them, but anything short, he got onto it. Leaves up to next delivery from Leach. Full and wide and through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. So 4 without loss. Wells on 0, Jennings on 4.
If you were lucky, you weren't in the box when I was sharing with Atif the sort of learned treatise on Northamptonshire caps over the last 50 years. And
I missed that.
Well, we were just talking about the conversation you were having earlier about the Indian Test kit and the sort of these sartorial matters that get supporters slightly hot under the collar from time to time, and the fact that Northamptonshire cap has changed quite a lot over the last 50 years, and basically it's taken them half a century to get back to where they were in the 70s with the rather more traditional caps that you can see there now, but it's taken a while to get there. Here's Jack White starting his second over in bowling to Luke Wells, who's playing that up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
They're smart, these caps, aren't they?
I think they are. Well, as I said to Ati, the big change this year is that they've shelved the different cap for the cap players.
Okay.
They had them with the sort of gold piping. They were maroon caps with a gold pipe. It looked a bit like a sort of Percy Chapman's Quidnuncs cap from the 20s or something. But I thought they actually looked quite smart. But I think the feeling, well, definitely the feeling was that they wanted to have everybody wearing the same cap out on the field. So they've gone back a bit. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Wells through to Lewis McManus. And I have to say, I wasn't entirely convinced, but I think it's the right thing to do. I think they do look quite smart. My sense is that the Lancashire cap hasn't actually changed very much over the years. It just seems to be I don't think there's been a lot of messing around with it, which is quite nice. I think they did go through a phase of the there we can see there. I think they did go through a phase there with the baseball cap, didn't they? I think at some stage, perhaps in the early 90s. I know Northamptonshire did, but a bit more traditional now. As White is in, bowls to Wells, pushes that down to Sam Whiteman, who's in there at backward point, and there's no run.
Most garish cap I've seen this season, and it shouldn't be, because it's just a red cap, but the Nottinghamshire T20 strip is green and gold, and they insist on wearing red caps. It looks bizarre.
Yes, I can imagine some of the fashion correspondents and the fashion consultants in some of these makeover programs. God knows what they'd make of that.
Green and gold shirts and trousers and a red cap.
Deary me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Here's White in, bowls very full, driven and well fielded by Proctor, or half stopped by Proctor. He doesn't quite gather it in cleanly, with the result being that Luke Wells can get his first run. He's off the mark, and Lancashire 5 for no wicket, replying to Northamptonshire's 342 all out. Yes, it is amazing, and I suppose it's not amazing. I suppose it's one of those things that's quite reassuring in the sense that supporters do get quite hot under the collar about strips, and it's not just about the cost of them. Of course, that often can be an issue, but I know there's still a lot of supporters that don't like to see Northamptonshire wearing blue shirts in the Blast or indeed the 50 over cup, because they say it's not club colours.
Do you remember Lancashire's lime green one-day strip from a few years ago?
Yes.
That was interesting.
Very fetching. Here's White round the wicket again, bowls to Jennings, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, it was the same colour as the. Do you remember those? I probably oughtn't to mention the brand name, but there was a sort of box of chocolates that you could get years ago with had all the different types of chocolates in them, and they had like a lime green one that was the one that always used to go last because nobody liked it, and it was that sort of colour, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But,
I don't think it was a popular one, though.
No.
I think it lasted maybe a couple of years, and that was about it.
Well, if I remember rightly, the explanation for Northamptonshire going away from the maroon colours, as White is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Keaton Jennings, into the gloves of Lewis McManus. 3 overs gone, Lancashire 5 for no wicket. I seem to remember, I think it was our then chief executive said that that maroon shirts didn't sell, but blue shirts you could be guaranteed people would buy them. So I think it was from if I remember rightly, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, that it was more of a sort of commercial decision. But I did put some pictures up earlier in the season. It just happened to be Mal Loy getting his county cap from Alan Lamb back in '94, and the one-day kit then was predominantly maroon and gold, and various people said, "Oh, doesn't that look nice?" And it did look quite smart, and it was the traditional Northamptonshire colours.
Just maybe doesn't sell as popular.
No, maybe not.
He's leaked from the Anderson end, his second over, with Luke Wells on strike. And Wells defends, going to the back and across, and just guides the ball away into the offside. Russell, he's at extra cover to field, and there is no run. So 5 without loss. About 20 minutes, a little under actually, until we get to the lunch break. On the second day of this LV County Championship fixture. And you're watching us live from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancashire TV, or listening to us via the BBC Sport website and the app. Northamptonshire 342 all out. Lancashire just starting their reply. As Wells plays forward, solid front foot push away into the offside. Again, Russell comes up from cover to field, and there is no run.
I seem to remember getting into trouble here 2 years ago when you and I were on together for a championship match here. I think it was Wayne Parnell had just come over and was fielding substitute because he wasn't actually playing in the match, and he got a sort of baseball cap on that looked as though it had been bought from the pros shop.
I remember now, yes.
And I got into trouble from the Northamptonshire commercial department. I think got onto me. We're not impressed.
Leach to Wells, up on his toes, and guides the ball away to backward point, and there's no run.
Because I was told it was a sort of fashion accessory available from from all good retailers, but it didn't look. I'm sure it would be absolutely marvellous in certain environments, but on the field here at Emirates Old Trafford, it didn't look quite right.
I remember interviewing, it might have been Liam Livingston a few years back, and there's a new T20 shirt out, and I said, what do you think of the new T20 shirt? He said, I don't like it. I'm not so sure that's what the commercial team want to hear. It was kind of like an orangey shade of red. It's a bit of an odd one. 5 without loss. There's Leach to Wells. He defends, and there's no run.
The problem it strikes me, and I'm absolutely no expert on these matters, but it does seem as though a lot of the shirts in the blast are very similar. You do the 1 or 2 matches that Northamptonshire had this year. You think they ought to be doing like a change strip, like an away strip,
like a home and away strip.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm sure that would again commercially not terribly practical. But so many of the shirts do look to be very similar. So many of them are blue now, of different shades.
Leach. Right arm round the wicket to Wells. It's a gorgeous shot off the back foot by Wells. Blimey, out towards the deep point boundary. Standing tall in the crease, off the back foot, punching the ball away through the offside. 4 runs.
That's a handsome shot, and Luke Wells not even needing to think about running for that. He just hit it. Took a couple of steps down the pitch, little nonchalant prod of the surface, and James Sales dispatched to the boundary to retrieve it. Handsome shot. And there's already a bit of a pattern here, isn't there? If Dom Leach bowls that little bit short, then I think he's going to get punished by these two.
9 without loss. Final ball for Leach, his second over. And he brings Wells forward in defence. And that rolls up to safe save at mid-off, and that's the end of the over for Leach. 9 without loss. It's nice to see Leach bowling, and the last time I saw Leach was playing for Yorkshire, and he suffered a horrible injury.
Yes, when he went into the boundary.
Yes, it basically caused the end of the match.
Yes.
The umpires didn't want to play again. They viewed that the outfield was too wet as a result of Leach slipping. And I think he may have dislocated or fractured his kneecap. He fell into the advertising board. It was absolutely horrible to see.
Yes, I remember hearing about it, and it just doing a little bit of swatting up on him, obviously ahead of this match, and saw that again, and dear oh dear. Nice. As you say, it's just great to see him actually out on the park. 3 slips still in place as Jack White comes in round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump to Keaton Jennings, and just the odd one, just a little bit of bounce as you'd expect with a new ball, but it's still a very, very good surface. And as I say, what a terrific day's cricket it gave us yesterday, and every indication that this will be as good. If batters can get in on this, then I'm sure they're going to fancy their chances of going and getting a big score. Let's just hope the weather plays ball. Breeze looks to have come round a little bit, more or less straight down the ground at Jack White's back as he's in bowling to Jennings, who takes a step down the pitch, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. It was more or less coming across the ground yesterday, and just looks a little bit more, say, coming from over the top here, over the tram stop. I know I'm obsessed with these trams.
You're going to go on tomorrow?
I think I'm going to try, especially if there's a possibility we might have a slightly delayed start tomorrow, which is forecast to suggest might be on the cards. But in any case, I think I just need to have a little ride into Manchester and back, just to say I've done it. Here's White in, bowls to Jennings, who's forward again, plays it out into the covers. Zabe fields, and there's no run. Well, I say, and I don't know where I got the date from when I was talking to Bumble yesterday about the Northampton trams, but I did, being the sad individual that I am, I did check it last night, and actually the date was right. The trams in Northampton stopped running in 1934, which was well before my time. They stopped, the horse-drawn tram stopped in 1904. So they got the electric trams just about for the start of Northampton's first-class cricket in 1905, but they stopped in 1934. Here's White in outside the off-stump, left alone by Jennings, through to McManus. So you can gather from that we have, I've never really had a lot of experience of trams. I remember trolley buses. Do you remember the
trolley buses?
Trolley buses. We used to go on holiday to Bournemouth, pretty much every year, and they used to have trolley buses with like the I'm sure there's a technical name for it, the connector that goes up from the top of the bus onto the overhead electric lines. Oh, marvellous things. Here's White in again, bowls to Jennings, plays it out into the covers. Zabe comes into field, and there's no run. That's the thing.
So it's like
yeah.
Like a bus with a
bus with like you see on electric trains, with the thing that connects the top of the train to the overhead power line. They were on sort of some certain routes, but they're very quiet, obviously, and they used to have a turntable to turn them round. They're wonderful things. I'm sure they're obviously long gone in most places, but I do remember. I remember trolley buses, but trams are something a bit new for me. So I think it's an experience I need. Got to be incomplete without it. Here's White in, bowling to Jennings, who's playing that out into the covers. Zabe once again quickly to the ball fields. End of the over. 9 for no wicket. Lancashire 5 overs gone. 5 of those to Luke Wells, 4 to Keaton Jennings. And so just keeping an eye on what's happening at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are just gradually whittling away at the arrears there. 113 for 3 against Middlesex. So Warwickshire just 26 behind, and I say from a Northamptonshire point of view, they could really do with Warwickshire pulling something out of the bag there. But it's an interesting contest. Warwickshire could win that one. That would be one of the comebacks, wouldn't it?
It would, yes. 60
after being bowled out for 60.
Yeah. Some turnaround, wouldn't it? Here comes Leach. And balls to Wells. Takes a single, maybe 2 actually. No, just 1. And steering the ball out through the offside. And moves on to 6. 10 without loss. I think I'm on the tram tomorrow, rather, so I could always I could always guide you safely onto the right carriage and send you in the right direction. Don't want you heading towards Sale or Altrincham.
Altrincham I think is the other end of the line, isn't it? I was having I'm doing a little bit of research, but
Altringham's quite nice.
I'm sure it's absolutely beautiful, but
we don't want you going in that direction.
No, I could rather do with. I was just going to head into the city and back again.
Don't be heading up towards Eccles.
Oh, okay.
Anything like that. I mean, it's lovely, I'm sure, but you know, this is Jennings playing inside the line through to the keeper, and there's no run. But
I was surprised when I was looking it up just how big a system it is. The area that it covers. Yeah. It's a big old area.
Go to Rochdale if you want on the tram.
Oh, Rochdale Cowboy, wasn't it? Mike Harding.
10 without loss. Leach again, without a name or number on his shirt, turns and comes galloping back in, arms pumping back and forth, balls, and that's turned away towards the onside by Jennings.
There were 1 or 2 questions asked about that yesterday, weren't there? I think the explanation is, as is often the case, fairly sort of practical and prosaic. And there is a tram. If you're watching on Lancs TV, now that looks as though, because it's got am on the end, that looks as though it's an Altrincham tram. So that's heading in the wrong direction for me.
It is. Do not get on that tram. That's going in the wrong direction.
There's a few people getting off, presumably heading here, I hope.
Well, I hope so.
Swell the crowd.
Good effort to pick up the tram there on the live stream. And there's a little shuffle down the pitch by Jennings. Defends the ball up off his toes, works it away to backward point, and there's no run.
There's one thing about having James Sales in the side. Whatever he contributes with bat and ball, he'll save runs in the field. He is absolute mustard out there. He's the quickest over the ground, he would say, in the start. He's got a fantastic arm. And the T20 matches he did play, say, just regardless of whether he scored runs or took wickets, he saved, routinely, you would say, 10-15 runs in the field. Fantastic fielder.
He's just at backward point at the minute. There's a cover and there's a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket. 3 slips. Side the way for 4 by Jennings. Another emphatic shot towards that temporary stand on the point boundary. This time Jennings just rocking off that back foot, cutting the ball with a great deal of power and finesse away for 4.
And as was the case with Luke Wells earlier, it absolutely didn't need to move. once it had left the bat, once it had beaten, well, I say you had beaten Sales a backward point, he just went straight between backward point and cover, raced away over the outfield for 4. Fantastic shot. Lovely balance. You just watched, if you're watching on the live stream, what a fantastic example.
And comes Leach to Jennings, and then just defends, easing the ball into the offside. Russell comes up from cover to field, completes the over. At the minute, Lancashire have been able to gamble, or at least be content that there's probably going to be a 4-ball at some point by Leach in the first 3 overs he's sent down, and they've not missed out.
And it's invariably when he drops a bit short, isn't it, that they've been able to put it away. When he's kept the ball up there, he's looked a decent bowler. Some spectators, very much shirt sleeve order. Recognise a member of the Northamptonshire board on there, actually, on that little shot there. But, keeping an eye on what's going on. And now it's Jack White to bowl. Could be the last over before lunch, more likely to be the penultimate, I would have thought, as White is in. Bowls short again and cut away by Luke Wells for 4. Well, I think if Northamptonshire have learnt anything in the last 10-15 minutes, at least I hope they've learnt it, it's that if you bowl short on this, the chances are you're going to disappear. And that just sat up nicely outside off stump and was leathered away through point by Luke Wells for 4. He goes into double figures, 10 to him, and Lancashire to 18 for no wicket in the 7th over. Hit that very hard again.
Pretty emphatic, that, wasn't it?
Well, White, who has been Northamptonshire's standout bowler really in the championship this year. That's a better ball, brings Wells forward, plays it up to Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Jack White coming into this match, 28 wickets. Cost him 29 apiece, but he's had a lot of work to get through. He's bowled 250 odd overs across. He's played every match across the first 9 games. One of our colleagues in the written media was writing about him a couple of games ago and said, is there an unluckier bowler around in the championship? Particularly the first part of the season, an awful lot of catches went down off his bowling. Here's White in again. It's down the leg side, and Wells doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by McManus. I mean, at one point, going into the sort of early stage of the T20, I think one of the analysts had worked out that Northamptonshire had then dropped 50, I think it was 52 catches across all competitions. That was in the fairly early stages of the T20, so we're looking about, what, a couple of months into the season. The catching was dreadful.
That's a lot of chances
That's
put down.
That's an awful lot of chances put down, and I think Jack White, it seemed to be more than a fair share off him. Here he is again, bowling on leg stump, turned out into the onside by Wells for Sales to field, and there's no run. So, well, I mean, you think, for example, in the Hampshire game, and this is perhaps the most obvious example, the Hampshire game at Northampton, Northamptonshire managed to drop 3 slip catches before lunch on the first day after opting to bowl. They then dropped James Vince very early on in the afternoon session, an absolute gaper at long leg. Here's White in again. Good ball, seamed away, beat him outside the off stump. Luke Wells, probably the best ball Jack White has bowled so far, stays at 18 for no wicket. And Vince was then on 25 and went on to get 186. And Hampshire made just shy of 500 and won comfortably. So
it's not ideal, is it?
It's not, but yeah, when you win the toss and looking for wickets and three slip catches go down off the same batter, Felix Organ, bless him. Here's White to finish the over in bowls, and that's solid defensive stroke from Luke Wells. Back down the pitch, Northamptonshire running down to try and get another over in. I wonder if we might see the obligatory over of spin before lunch. I better go and update BBC Radio Northampton. I think indeed we're going to see a bit of Alex Russell to bowl before lunch. 18 for no wicket, 7 gone.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, just enough time to sneak in one more over. And a bit of spin just on the stroke of lunch for Northamptonshire. Like I should, opening batters, Wells and Jennings. So far, so good. With a slightly awkward little session. This is an 8-over session leading to lunch. And Wells and Jennings have batted nicely. So it will be Russell then with the final over before the lunch break. Slipping a short leg in place. And Jennings just offers the pad, the first delivery, pads that one away, loops up to Vasconcelos, who's at first slip. And there's no run. Russell turns and slowly drifts his way back in from around the wicket to Jennings. Again, just on the front foot, doesn't offer a shot. Just leans in with that front pad into the gloves of McManus. And there is no run, so 4 balls left of the morning. There's Russell to Jennings again. Once more, doesn't offer a shot, so they asked the question this time as the ball hits the pad. No shot offered, and Russell turns round to umpire Graham Lloyd, who says not out. Again, we can try and land it into those footmarks and see the ball spin back in towards Keaton Jennings. Russell again to Jennings. Takes a single this time. Just drops it out towards backward point, and through he goes for 1 run. That might be his work done for the morning with the bat. Keaton Jennings, he's on 9. There's 2 balls left. Brings Wells back on strike. Still with the slip and the short leg and the short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, there's a deep point. There's a mid-wicket, backward square leg and a deep backward square leg. As Russell's in and Wells forward, smothering the ball away. Pushing it out towards the offside, so Wells has to come up from his own bowling to complete the fielding, and there's no run. And Justin Broad goes from short leg to silly point, so he's right in underneath the batter's eye line, under the helmet, for the final ball of the morning session. Here comes Russell to Wells. Oh, it's thrown out wide with bounce and turn from those footmarks. The ball actually goes down towards the boundary. And it's flicked back, and the umpire is going to give this, I suspect, as byes. He tells us there's nothing on it, but he threw it out wide, final ball before lunch, looking for those footmarks. And he got the ball to turn back in, but bounce as well for Russell. Look at this one on the replay. In those footmarks, bang! Takes Wells by surprise. Beats everything, beats the keeper. And down towards the boundary, and it's gone for 2 byes. And that completes the morning session to 21 without loss. Lancashire. It was a slightly awkward little session that to negotiate, wasn't it? 8 overs, but Wells and Jennings have got Lancashire 21 runs on the board. Wells on 10 and Jennings on 9. So the pair head off for lunch here on this second day. They'll be looking to bat deep into the afternoon for Lancashire, who've enjoyed a pretty decent morning. Northamptonshire eventually out for 342 in their first innings, with 3 wickets for Jack Morley, and Lancashire at lunch in reply. A 21 without loss. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome back, everybody, this afternoon to Lancs TV, to BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Northampton. We're here for day 2 of the County Championship Division 1 encounter between Lancashire and Northamptonshire here at Old Trafford. Lancashire bowled out Northamptonshire a little bit earlier today for 342. They're about to resume on 21 for no loss after the 8 overs that they played before lunch. Keaton Jennings on 9, and his partner Luke Wells on 10. I'll be at the non-strikers end. So I can see some of the Northamptonshire players in front of me just stretching, loosening up, getting ready for a long session. Conditions are lovely. There's bright sunshine, a few very pleasant-looking, fluffy cirrus clouds above us. No threat of rain. Scott Reed alongside me. My name is Atif Nawaz. What more could I ask for? What a lovely day.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's beautiful. two days on the spin where we've had lovely weather. Yeah, it's been... and it's set up for quite an interesting afternoon, isn't it? It was a bit of an awkward 8-over spell, that, wasn't it, for Lancs to get through. Wells and Jennings getting Lancashire to lunch in reply to that 3-4-2 all out, and they'll be hoping to bat for the rest of the afternoon.
They will indeed, as Jack White's going to kick off from the Latham end as that ball's played into the onside for no run. He's hit a good length there. He's got a sort of classic fast bowler look about him as Jack White. He's got the sort of floppy hair, runs in.
Yeah. 28 wickets this season for Northamptonshire at an average of 29. Best figures of 5 for 77.
And looking for something near his best today. As in comes White again with his 3 slips in place, angling in towards the batter wide of the crease and just defended into the offside for no run. It was pointed out by Eamon Barber of BBC Sport, who's here as well today, that Jack White has got 2 different coloured soles.
Oh, she mentioned this to me, yeah.
So she pointed out that one of the soles is red and the other one is sort of a yellow-greenish type colour. We'll try and capture that if we can, but it's quite fascinating why he does. I mean, you know, bowlers have weird rituals with their shoes. I was talking earlier about Waqar Younis and how he used to like to cut a hole where his big toe went. I'll try and catch his soles for you as White into Jennings, and that ball just takes off a little bit off a length. As Jennings just pulls out of the shot as the ball is taken by the wicket-keeper, Lewis McManus, about chest high. Excellent carry. So there we go. There we have a look at the soles. There's the red one and a yellow one. Excellent. Well, eagle-eyed Eamon Barber managed to spot that without the benefit of the Lancs TV camera. So well spotted. We'll have to find out a little bit later. Maybe Andrew will know. We'll check in with him a bit later. Here's White now into the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. Wide of the crease again. That ball's just played quite late. Behind square on the offside. There's no run. What's your theory about this multicoloured sole situation,
sure.
Scott?
Maybe one wears a little quicker than the other. So maybe...
You think they both started as red?
Maybe they... no, maybe kind of his left boot wears a bit quicker than his right boot, so therefore he's having to replace... He only needs to replace one and not both at the same time.
Do you think it's a frugal thing?
Could be.
Instead of replacing the pair of shoes. I quite like that.
My left one's all right. I just need to replace my right one.
That's a difficult request at the shoe shop. Here's White now into Jennings again from wide of the crease, and Jennings firmly behind that in defence into the covers. Saif Zeib quickly onto the ball there, and there is no run. Yeah, it's fascinating, cricketers and their shoes. You know, we talked about that hole as well. I've heard of players changing shoes. Well, it's not uncommon, of course, for bowlers to have a specific set of bowling shoes, but I've seen bowlers who bowl with different sets of shoes depending on which end they're bowling from, because of the incline. And that's a level of shoe luxury I've never experienced, Scott. I've got the same pair of shoes for all my cricket. Here's Jack White now into Jennings, who got way outside his crease that time, playing defensively into the covers. There's no run. A hint of what's going on in Jennings' mind there, as he was a good couple of steps outside his crease. End of the over, a maiden from Jack White. 21 the score remains for no loss. 1 over since lunch.
Could it be a superstitious thing, maybe? I don't know. Cricketers are very superstitious, aren't
Yeah.
they? I don't know why you would end up having different coloured boots if you, as a superstitious thing, but I'm trying to work out what might be an actual reason for the red and yellow.
Yeah, no, I couldn't put it other than potentially, as you say. I think the most logical explanation is your one that one just ran out, or you know, if you're right-handed, your right foot might take more of a. I don't know.
Don't know.
We need to get an osteopath in to give us a bit of guidance.
I wonder if Radders has noticed that he's been bowling with different coloured boots on. Maybe it's just a one-off. It's going to be Russell to continue after lunch from the James Anderson end. It's pushed away by Luke Wells. He got one, didn't he, just before lunch, the final ball before lunch, which he threw out into those footmarks, and he got turn and quite considerable bounce, did Russell, to Wells, just on the stroke of lunch. Again, aiming for those footmarks, just sticks out that front pad, pulls the bat away, through to the keeper, no run. 21 without loss.
Some aeroplanes flying away in the nearby sky.
Russell comes in to Wells. It's off the back foot, mollered over mid-wicket. And he'll get a single for it. It's quite well stocked to the leg side there to Wells. There's a short leg, there's a short mid-wicket, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And he's kind of scooped it over the couple of fielders on the leg side for one run. Moves on to 11.
Yeah, he kind of almost spliced it a little bit. It got him quite high on the bat. It's not a bad strategy from the spinner, actually, just to be short but slightly full of a conventional short delivery. So just rushing onto the bat a little bit with that packed leg side field, as you say, it's not the worst strategy in the world.
Here's Russell, leg spinner for Northants, in and bowls. On the reverse goes Keaton Jennings. And it has Vasconcelos, who's at first slip, sprinting away to his left to field the ball, no run.
Yeah, it's not been a fruitful shot for anybody in this match so far, the reverse sweep. Don't know if Old Trafford's the place for it.
Well, he's a good player of it, isn't he, Jennings? But one of his go-to shots for the spinners. And again, there it is, looking to reverse sweep. It gets it away this time and gets 4 runs. Seen him play it a lot, Jennings is a good player of spin. That's almost a default shot a little bit for him when the spinner's on. Reverse sweep, got that one away for 4.
Yeah, the bat's so fluid in his hand there as well. Just swung it around like a samurai. He's got his bat round it very, very nicely. Perfect contact, as you say. But equally, for the spinner, it's a little bit encouraging just to see that shot coming out. He's got that slip in place, the short leg. For anything that gets anywhere edgy on the bat, they're always in play.
It's just in broad under the helmet at short leg and Vasconcelos at slip. Just moving Sales to a backward point position now. There's Russell. Final ball of the over. Again, reverse sweeps it, and he actually bounces down towards the fine leg boundary. He's got 4 more for it. It's not the intended destination for his reverse sweep, that, Keaton Jennings, but 4 nonetheless. And he moves on to 17. It's the end of the over. 30 without loss, Lancashire, after 10 overs. It's a reverse sweep. Peering over his left shoulder, working out exactly where the ball had gone. It's not where he was hoping to send it, but he gets 4.
Yeah, despite those 2 boundaries, I think Alex Russell will be excited to come in for his next over again, just because it brought him into play, those two shots. And Wells on 11 and Jennings on 17, and plenty of batting to come for Lancashire, of course, still, but just a little bit of urgency perhaps about Keaton Jennings post-lunch, looking to get on with it a bit. We've seen him come out of his crease to Jack White and play those reverse sweeps very effectively, I must say. But again, there's going to be chances here for Northamptonshire. 3 slips in place for Jack White as he comes in with his multicoloured soles in and full and defended by Wells. Back to him and his follow-through. There is no run. 30 for no loss, the score remains.
Interesting to see how this pitch does play through the course of today. We're wondering whether it will kind of deteriorate. It's been an outstanding pitch that they are here at Emirates Old Trafford. Day 6, though, of the pitch, this. The same pitch that was used for the test match. Will Russell, the leg spinner, come into it? How will it play through the course of today? Interesting next couple of hours, I reckon.
Here is White again. Another full delivery, just pushed to cover. There is no run. Absolutely, I mean, especially when you look back to Jack Morley and his performance, particularly today. Yesterday was hard work. There wasn't really anything there for him, and he had to bowl a very, very long spell. But today, there was grip, there was turn, there was bounce, there was everything you want as a spinner. And he managed to sort of wipe through that till very quickly between himself and Tom Hartley. There was encouraging signs there for Northamptonshire. As you say, I'll be curious to see what they can do.
He sent down a beauty, didn't he, to get rid of James Sayles, Jack Morley. It was a lovely ball. And that gripped and turned, didn't it?
White in again. Back of a length this time. Just hangs in his crease as well as he pushes that to mid-on. Luke Proctor, the captain, fields. There's no run.
I got a message, actually, during lunch. I'll try and find it on Twitter. It's from I put a picture out, just a general picture of the outfield, and it was the head groundsman at Warwickshire that's replied to it.
Oh, it's Gary Barwell.
That's it.
Yeah. He doesn't like being called the head groundsman.
Does he not? Oh, right, okay.
His preferred title is head of turf management.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
White into Wills again, and Luke Wells just pushes that ball back to the bowler defensively for no run.
Head groundsman at Warwickshire. Head of what?
Anyway, head of turf management.
He's put 2 days in between test matches. 2 days in between a test match and a championship game. How do ground staff do it? And it was just replying to a picture of the outfield here. And it shouldn't go on. And I don't think he does go unnoticed, but sometimes we do take it all for granted, don't we? That the ability to turn around and get things ready in such a short period of time with the weather as well.
White into Wells, who guides that away towards square leg. Just wide of square leg and past the umpire. It's fielded by Sayles. They do get through for a single. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about fixture congestion or just trying to fit in as much cricket as possible over the course of the summer. There's a few tasty-looking dishes over there.
Well, that's Matt who's on the left there on the screen. He's the head of turf management here at Emirates Old Trafford. I reckon if
enjoying a salad there, isn't he? Really enjoying that. I think it was salad anyway.
If I said to Matt, "Are you the head of turf management?" I think he'd say, "You are."
White into Jennings. Once more wide of the crease. Jennings defends into the onside. There is no run. It completes the over, just the one from it. 31 for no loss. And you're absolutely right. I mean, all of these grounds staff. And sometimes, it's frustrating for fans when it's been raining and, the head of turf and grounds people are like reluctant to let people get on the pitch and play. But they have to think about the big picture and protecting the surface, considering how many games they have to accommodate. And there's been a lot of chat about Test cricket in the future not being played up north as much as it should be. Perhaps it makes that all the more baffling for me, just on a logistical level. Of surely you want to spread that workload out. It's not just spreading the joy, but spreading the workload out amongst ground staff, so they can, they don't feel under pressure to continuously deliver amazing pitches.
And Gary at Warwickshire, I mean, that must be the busiest one of the lot.
Especially last year with the Commonwealth Games, he was really working hard. And apparently, there's news about the Commonwealth Games. I don't know if you heard this.
Yes, at Russell to Wells. Oof. Going back and across, the ball through to the keeper. There's no run.
So the news about the Commonwealth Games is potentially there's being an idea mooted to make Birmingham the permanent home of the Commonwealth Games.
Is that because nobody else wants it?
I don't know. They didn't make their motive super clear.
Here's Russell to Wells. Goes on the reverse sweep, and the ball loops away into the offside. No run.
I think they did so well with it last year.
Oh, right.
And it's about sort of maintaining its relevancy and what have you. There is that contingent. Commonwealth Games, but I mean the athletes were obviously very dedicated. They enjoyed it. The cricket was a great part of it as well, of course.
Russell into Wells, reverse sweeps. Oh, it's gone past his stumps somehow. And Wells, he's got to propping himself upright using his bat.
Not convinced about the reverse sweep at all. I mean, I know we saw Keaton Jennings play a couple of nice ones, but it feels like a really high risk shot at the moment with the way the pitch is behaving.
There's Russell again, past the umpire into Wells. Turns back in, he's off the back foot and driving the ball away in through the offside. Coming back for two. the leg spinner's in the game here, isn't he, Russell?
He is. That one was turning into him, so it was really well read by Wells. But equally, he just, he's almost better off playing that shot because it gives you a split second longer to just guide the ball into those vast gaps into the outfield.
33 without loss. It's Russell to Wells. It's defended and there's no run.
There's just a little bit of patience required here for Lancashire as well. There's time in the game. I know that people are talking about weather. Sometimes you can get too caught up in, preempting what could happen and impacting your current strategy.
Final ball of the over for Russell. And Wells off the front foot and defends away into the offside. And there's no runs, the 33 without loss. So why would Birmingham become the permanent home of the... And it was, someone said they don't want it, haven't they? Was it somewhere in Australia said we can't be bothered with it?
Like it would require too much of a financial commitment.
Yeah.
So Birmingham benefited immensely from having the sort of Commonwealth Games last year. There was like a positive economic impact on the city of Birmingham, and they, the report suggested that there's a lot of sort of positiveness to come from it. Now, I don't know if the novelty of it wears off a little bit if you're the permanent home of an event like that, but it's an idea that's being mooted. It was reported on the BBC Sport website, I believe. Right. It could have been the BBC News website. I do apologise for not getting that distinction right. Right, Russell. I beg your pardon, it's White into Jennings, who defends the ball into the onside. And there is no run, but loads of noise and energy from the Northampton slip cordon in particular. They certainly feel on the verge of something, but Jennings always looks so complete at the creases. Hard to see a way through him. Terrific record, the Lancashire captain.
Yeah, his season interrupted by quite a long recovery from a hamstring tear. He was 190 not out in the game at Somerset when he pulled the hamstring and tore the hamstring.
Here's White now into Jennings, outside edge, and it's dropped. It's been put down at third slip. Well, it's Justin Broad there at third slip. How big a moment is that going to be? Jennings dropped on 17. It's an excellent delivery on a good length, just shaping away ever so slightly. The most straightforward catch you can imagine. Emilio Gay just sort of turned his head in disgust at second slip. How costly is that drop going to be from Justin Broad? Jennings survives, 33 for no loss.
I think Radders this morning was going through the chances that they've created in the early part of the season and not taken.
There's White again, as that ball's on a leg stump line, flicked away by Jennings out towards fine leg for a single.
I think he said that it was at some point during the course of the Blast campaign that they've worked out the dropped chances, and I think he said it was certainly in excess of 50. I think he said 58.
Wow.
Dropped catches through both competitions for Northamptonshire this season. So it's not a stat that you'd really want.
No, it's possibly one that's not been tracked for until recently because of the amount of data that's available, but it is quite damning. We just saw an example of it as White in again to Wells, who pushes this ball just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. Sales, who's in the action again. They do get through for a single. 34 for no loss now, the score.
Just about to say about Jennings' season and being interrupted by that injury. He did miss quite a few championship matches, and I don't think he played a Blast match as he was recovering from the hamstring injury, but he's upwards of 600 runs, averaging 63 this season as an opening batter, 350s and 189 not out. I think that's when he got his injury, actually, when he was 189 not out. So Northants will be hoping that's not a costly drop.
Here's White now into Luke Wells. Again, works this away only as far as mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, it's been an eventful over already. A drop chance by Justin Broad. Well, he's not having a great game. He was dismissed for 3 when he was batting. White Balderson. And he's put down the Lancashire captain. He'll be desperately hoping that between White and Russell they can account for him quickly. Sometimes that early chance, it just is what you need really. When you give away an early chance, it just reins you back in a little bit. As White now into Wells again. Again onto his pads. Just worked it just in front of square leg. There's no run that completes the over. 35 for no loss. Lancashire. And it could have been very different from a Northamptonshire perspective at that over.
Feels like there's a bit happening though after lunch, isn't there? With a chance created there by Jack White and the way that Russell's bowling as well. Maybe just a little post lunch session here.
Sorry, we've got opposite headphones. I've just muted you, haven't I?
That's all right.
Yeah.
Probably for the best.
I mean, I don't think it was immediately clear why I did it as well. So he was just looking at me like, "What? What'd you do that for?"
Honestly, it's for the best. You take this over. I've got an update to do anyway.
There we go. As Russell into Wells, that ball's defended on the bounce to the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, they did it the wrong way round.
I don't know how we've done. Oh, we've just mixed with the headphones.
Oh, it's possibly.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
So what am I now?
So
I'm
I think
red.
You're now like the 7th commentator I've muted this year. With my apologies to Richard Ray, Martin Emerson, Kevin Hand, Guy Swindles. That's a short ball. It's been given the treatment. Absolutely hammered through the extra cover region to the boundary for 4. Well, he was dropped short there. Russell and Wells punished him. That's a long hole chase for the fielder as well in that vacant part of the ground. Yeah, he knew it was 4 the minute he hit it. Just looked back and admired his work. And Luke Wells.
You like the commentating version of Geoffrey Boycott. He used to run people out. You just mute them.
Muting people all over the country during the county championship. Oh. Hold on. There we go. I thought you just returned the favour there for a second. The last ball was just left alone through the keeper. I think my headphone cable was a bit loose, but I was still on the air. It's all happening here on Lancs TV, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Northampton. Lancashire 39 for no loss. Wells on strike. Here comes Alex Russell. That ball's left alone. Quite a wideish delivery. Comfortable leave from a Lancashire perspective. I'd like to see a little bit more application from these two opening batters. It's been a slightly tricky phase, this. They've got a few runs post-lunch. But there's been a few chances created. Now that fielder at short leg has come into a silly mid-off position. So in comes Russell. That's a short delivery. He's cut just wide of that fielder towards mid-off, and there's a single taken. It's the last thing you want to see when you've just moved into a short position in a helmet by the batter is a short ball coming down from your spinner. You see those close fielders swivel very quickly. There is Russell now into Keaton Jennings. Lots of flight on that, and Jennings just sticks his boot out and lobs Vasconcelos at slip. There's no run taken though, and that's the end of the over. 40 for no loss, Lancashire after 14 overs. Wells on 20, Jennings on 18. Now one chance where Keaton Jennings was dropped on 17. It remains to be seen just how costly that is. But currently Lancashire have managed to reduce their arrears to 302 here at Old Trafford. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match. I think there's going to be a change in the bowling as well. We've had 7 overs of Jack White. And I believe we're now going to have a new bowler come in. In fact, it's going to be James Sales into the attack, and White's going to walk off and perhaps get a little restroom break. The substitute fielder comes on.
Well, quite a good spell there, didn't he, after lunch?
He did.
He's created the chance, hasn't he? No. Got the edge of Jennings' bat and put down by Justin Broad at third slip. So I'm sure probably feeling a little bit grumpy about things at the minute, Jack White.
Well, grumpy fast bowlers at Lancashire. Something about that.
Here he comes then, Sales from this Statham end to Wells. That's nicely played off the pads, just onto his leg stump. Sales first delivery. Eases the ball out towards square leg for a single. And in fact, he comes out for 2. Wells moves on to 22. It's 42 without loss.
Yeah, I kind of feel that these batters are going to prefer the angle and the pace of Sales. It just comes on a little bit nicer. He tends to keep the ball wicket to wicket. Not as much carry through to the keeper. That's kind of what these Lancashire batters are looking for. They don't really want to be reaching too much. Sales doesn't really make you do that.
On his 5th championship match of the season. Bowls a fuller ball, flashed out through the onside by Wells. Full and straight, clips to mid-wicket where Leach fields, and there's no run. There's 6 wickets so far in the previous 4 games for James Sales. I've come at an average of 19, his 6 wickets. So he gets a chance for the first time with the ball for Northamptonshire just after lunch. Glides in again, bowling. A straight drive by Luke Wells underneath the fingertips of Sales and picked up by Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain. He's at mid-on, no run.
So you're already getting an indication of the comfort of the batter. He's not been able to hit any boundaries just yet, but each of those 3 shots have been so fluent and well-timed and controlled. It's just that line that he bowls. He's always sort of wicket to wicket. As a batter, you feel you're always going to get behind it.
And again to Wells, he's hopping off the back foot and trying to force the ball away through the offside, but can't get it past extra cover where safe Zabe fields. And there's no run. Got 2 slips in the gully. There's a deep point and there's a fine leg. Then cover mid-off, mid-on, and the mid-wicket. Into the afternoon session here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Lancashire with the bat into their first innings as Sales is into Wells. And that's defended to safe Zabe again in the covers, and there's no run.
You'd definitely rather be a deep point when the bowler's coming in from the Statham end, because I mean that's where you've got the company. You've got a bunch of people behind you, loads of nicely attended, nicely filled out section. On the opposite side, you've got that sort of daunting, slightly haunted-looking party stand. There's nobody in that side of the ground. It's lonely out there.
There's Sales to Wells, forward, right forward in defence. And there's no run. That's his first over complete. 2 runs off it. 42 without loss. 22 to Wells, 18 to Keaton Jennings. Does look good, doesn't it, the ground here? It looks a bit weird with that massive stand being empty, but it's such a shame of what happened over the course of the weekend. I thought when the ground looked, I know I'm biased, but when the ground was full for that test match, it looked fantastic. They've done a good job here over the thick end of 10 years or more, redeveloping the entire ground. They spent a lot of time and money, a lot of people's time and money, and to try and get the club into this situation where it can have a ground to be proud of. And it was a shame that the test match was spoilt with the weather, but it was pretty good fun for those that were here watching cricket on the watching Zach Crawley and Johnny Bairstow on was it the Friday of that test match.
It looked very good on. I caught most of it on the radio/television, but it did look quite the spectacle. It's a great cricket venue. Here is Russell to continue now. It's a full toss, just been flicked away wide of Seth Zeb at mid-wicket. The fielder at the deepish mid-wicket position will come and pick up. It's Whiteman. And it's another single to the score. He's bowling with his sunglasses on at the moment. Is Alex Russell. Favourite sunglasses wearing cricketers. That's a good topic of discussion. We'll get into that in a second. Here's Russell again. There's a reverse sweep again, and this time it's been timed beautifully. There is protection out at deep third. Sales out there in that sort of deep third position, and it'll just be the single on that occasion. It was very well timed by Wells. I feel slightly frustrated to have picked out the fielder. Here's Russell in again to Jennings. Lots of flight on this ball. Down the track comes Jennings and just lifts that ball straight down the ground on the bounce to the boundary. That is a shot of great conviction from the Lancashire captain. As he just dances down the crease, couple of steps, meets the ball at its pitch, and without any fuss or bother at all, turns around, goes back to his crease because he knows that ball was destined to hit the boundary sponge. 48 for no loss. Here's Russell again into Jennings. This time he just prods forward with his pad. It's sort of half an appeal because no shot was offered, but It struck the batter a long way outside off, so optimistic at best. Jennings is very much looking to assert his authority, very decisive in his movements at the moment. Both batters on 23, Lancashire 48 for no loss. Here's Russell. That ball's just defended into the offside for no run.
Afternoon, Atif.
Afternoon. I'm going to get your thoughts on that drop chance in a moment.
Oh dear.
From Justin Broad.
It won't take long.
As Russell in for the final delivery of his 5th over. Lots of flight, another reverse sweep. Once again, beautifully timed. There is a fielder down there, but he's not going to make it. Sales was a mere spectator as the ball goes over the boundary rope. Second boundary of the over, 10 runs from it. And Lancashire bring up their 50 with that shot as well. 52 for no loss. Really upping the scoring rate at the moment are Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells.
Yeah, it's been a good start by these two, hasn't it? And Northamptonshire, we talked before lunch when Scott and I were on about Jack White being perhaps a bit of an unlucky bowler, despite the fact that he has taken sort of nearly 30 championship wickets this year. But he's had a lot of catches go down off his bowling this year. We're talking around about heading into the T20. In fact, probably in the early stage of the T20 that the analyst, I think one of the analysts, had calculated that Northamptonshire had dropped by that stage 52 catches across all competitions this season. So that's just one more to add to it. It was a bad miss. I mean, the only thing you can really say, I suppose, trying to think of something charitable to say about Justin Broad, is that he's obviously been with Alex Russell bowling. He's been fielding in there close under the lid, bat pad. Then he's had to switch to the slip cordon, and maybe it's just a question of flicking your mind from one likely chance to another.
That's
and
good.
A different type of.
I like that defence.
Well, I'm trying very hard. Is James Sales starting a fresh over on leg stump and clipped out to the aforementioned Justin Broad, who now finds himself out of the slip cordon in there at short mid wicket, and there's no run. That was about the best I could come up with.
It's good
at short notice, but to be honest, it was a bad drop. I think that's all you can say. And Keaton Jennings is not a man that you drop early on. Made just 17 at that point, 27 now, and well, the whole game of cricket knows what Keaton Jennings is capable of. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Wells, and that just bounces on Luke Wells a little bit. The odd one, as we've been saying, especially with the ball still fairly new, it's just bouncing a little bit off this excellent surface. Been impressed with Alex Russell so far. He's not the finished article, as we know. He's a young leg spinner learning his trade, and he's probably never bowled on a surface like this. But he's learning, and he's already created a few chances. Near misses, short goes Sales, and the boundary is what's going to beckon the ball, as that was just a short ball. We saw it this morning with Dom Leach. There's very little margin for error, particularly against quality of batters that they're up against from Northamptonshire seamers, and when Leach dropped short 2 or 3 times early on, he was punished every time, and that's exactly what's happened there. Sales dropping short and pulled away by Wells to the mid-wicket boundary. He goes to 27 and Lancashire to 56 for no wicket. And now poor Dom Leach is having to, there he goes, he's under the covers.
He's had to go camping to find the ball.
Yes, he's now crawling, I think, probably under one of the roll-on, roll-off covers, and his mates have gone to try it. Now the cover is sort of wobbling. Is he there? Has he found the escape tunnel? Is he disappearing out towards Altrincham as we speak?
If you see his head poke out the covers, it means you get a longer winter.
There he is.
Oh, there he comes.
Hey, there he is. Okay, he's found the ball. Well done. So
he kind of threw it with a bit of disgust as well, didn't he? He's probably found a little puddle under the screen.
At least a couple of his mates did go in to try and help him, which was I suppose a step in the right direction. Meanwhile, Jack White and James Sales are having a little consultation at the end of James Sales' run, discussing the iniquities of life and how unfair everything is. But to be honest, as we say, if you drop short on this surface, the chances are you're going to get punished.
And they've managed to find the bat with every one of his 9 deliveries so far.
Yes, that's true enough. Here is Sales in again. That's better, fuller, and played up to mid-on by Wells, where Proctor fields and there's no run. James Sales picked up career best figures earlier this season, 4 for 24 against Nottinghamshire at Wantage Road, and Scott and I were saying before lunch, from James Sales' point of view, he needs to work on his bowling. He's a talented batter. He can bowl as well, but obviously from the point of view of balancing the side, if he's going to bring something to the party with the ball, that's on leg stump, clipped away by Luke Wells down to deep backward square. Dom Leach fields, and they come through for a single. Wells to 28, Lancashire to 57 for no wicket. So he needs to contribute with the ball. James Sales got pace, and in fact in the T20 also showed that he got plenty of variations, plenty of knuckleballs, bowled little cutters, bowled particularly well in the win up at Derby. Here he is again, and finds a thick outside edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. It goes out into the gully where Emilio Gay fields, and that's the end of James Sales' second over. 2 overs for 7. It's 57 for no wicket. 17 gone. Bit more cloud around. We were, I have to say, Scott and I before lunch were lost in admiration for your meteorological prowess this morning, naming all the cloud types. When you're talking about alto cirrus, and I said I thought you were talking about a retro aftershave, but it was very impressive stuff, Atif.
You get to know them over the years, don't you? It's the alto stratus you want to watch out for.
Yeah.
You don't want to get caught underneath an alto stratus.
Well, it's a bit less complicated at Wantage Road. You look out over the old lift tower, and if it's coming over there, it's going to rain. That's usually the case. It's coming over from the west, so give it sort of 10 minutes, and it'll be raining. Change of bowling. We're going to see a bit of Luke Proctor.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the Northamptonshire captain. Looking forward to my first trip to Northamptonshire a little bit later this season. Sales, I beg your pardon, it's Proctor into Wells, who defends back to the bowler, no run.
Oh, what are you up at Wantage Road for?
For England versus Sri Lanka women's game, so I'm looking forward to that in September. I'll be on BBC Test Match Special.
You'll probably be at the posh end of the ground then.
Oh, I see. Okay. Do I want to try and wander around to the other side very quickly?
Very quickly.
Another good length ball from Proctor, just pushed to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, it'll be a wonderful occasion, and certainly it justifies a lot of the expense that Northamptonshire have gone to over the last few years to improve facilities at the ground, so they make sure that they're getting those sort of prestige international fixtures. They've just completed £1 million upgrade of all the changing facilities for players, officials and coaches, which does look, I have to say, very smart in the new pavilion. So and of course the outdoor net facilities have been up there a few years, and that's made a big difference.
There's Proctor into Wells again, who defends. Back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. It's one of the rare grounds that, for whatever reason, just never ended up at. It's one more to tick off my list.
Absolutely. Well, it's the one to tick off.
Absolutely.
The home of cricket, you know. No,
I love that. Everybody calls their ground the home of cricket.
Of course they do, yes.
I remember when I turned up at Leicestershire for the first time, they said, "Welcome to the home of cricket."
That's right.
Proctor into Wells again. That's down the leg side. Well taken by McManus. There's no run.
The only difference is that all the other 17 are wrong.
Of course, only 17. What about the homes of the minor counties?
Well, that's true. Well, I was going to say,
Bedfordshire.
It's funny because I actually referred to my club ground at Milton Road, Oundle Town's headquarters. I was there on Sunday, and I did refer to that as the home of cricket as well. So, yeah, fair enough. Point taken.
Proctor into Wells again, and his forward in defence is Wells. As that ball just hits a little divot in the crease on its way back towards the bowler, and just takes a little bump up. I wonder if there's a bit of the umpire's having a little measure of it as well at the moment. I wonder if there's a bit of sand required. Proctor seems okay. Now, I'm glad you're here, actually. I wanted to ask you something about Jack White's shoes.
Right.
So,
okay.
I'll tell you about that after this delivery, as Proctor's in his stride with his 2 slips and gully awaiting, and he comes to Wells, who again plays that sort of thickish outside edge towards the covers. There's no run. End of the over. It was a maiden from Proctor to start with. 57 for no loss, the score for Lancashire. Right, we spotted a bit earlier that Jack White has one red sole on his shoe and the other one has a yellow sole. Do you know the story behind that?
I do, actually. Thanks to Alex back at the county ground, who did has offered an explanation on this one. Apparently, he's got a new pair of boots which are a bit tight on the front foot. They're hurting his toes as he hits the ground in delivery stride. So he's wearing, apparently, this is the official explanation from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, that he's wearing the new right shoe while he's breaking in the left shoe during sort of training. That apparently is the explanation. Here's Sales in and bowls to Jennings, plays that up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. So that apparently is the explanation. He's having to break them in one at a time.
That's less exotic than I was hoping for.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I was kind of hoping it was like a dare.
Superstition or something. Yes. No, I think it's, as is often the case, the most prosaic explanation is the accurate one. So,
indeed.
So yes, I think it's nothing any more exotic than that. But here is Sales with matching boots, as far as we're aware, in bowls to Jennings, who again plays it up to his opposite number, Northamptonshire's captain, Luke Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Because the boots have changed so much, haven't they, over the years? I was seeing some footage recently of a wonderful gentleman named Albert Whiting, who used to have a shop not far from the county ground. He used to make boots for a lot of the great players of the 1950s and 60s, and all, you know, handmade, and from his little shop, so literally just up the road from Wantage Road. Here's Sales in again, and that's turned away off his legs by Keaton Jennings down to Alex Russell at long leg. They come through for a single. Jennings is 28 and Lancashire up to 58 for no wicket. Of course, Northampton being very much the centre of the boot and shoe industry over many centuries. A lot of cricket boots and shoes were made in and around Northampton. Rather fewer now, I fear. Here's Sales in again, bowls short, and Wells for once doesn't take it on. There are two men back for the possible hook. There's a deep square, Dom Leach, and a long leg, Alex Russell, but he decided just to duck underneath that one. It goes through to Lewis McManus.
So that was his 16th delivery from James Sales, and that's the first ball he's bowled that hasn't made contact with the bat. Well,
I think, yeah, I suspect Luke Wells would have probably been itching in other circumstances to take it on, but there are two men back, so it probably would have been a little bit too obvious a trap. Here's Sales in, bowls Fuller this time, and played up to mid-wicket, half stopped by Justin Broad, diving away to his right, deflected up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Sun trying to make a welcome return. As I say, the forecast, I understand, for later in the afternoon is a bit iffy, isn't it? I think so.
Yeah, I've heard a few rumblings, but I just don't know. I don't trust them anymore.
No. Well,
I've had so many days where off to play cricket on a Saturday, and you think, oh, there's no chance we're getting a game, and it's supposed to be thundering down, and then you get not a drop, bright sunshine, wrong shoes in the bag.
That's schoolboy error. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Wells, covers up, pushes it up past Sales to Jack White at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 58 for no wicket, 19 gone. Wells is 28, Jennings is also 28. Yes, I had a notification through on my phone this morning that my son's playing on Saturday, so I imagine I should be having to get the coloured pens out again, do a bit of scoring.
No, excellent.
But yeah, Northamptonshire play on Sunday, of course. They've got the National Counties Showcase match against Cambridgeshire at Peterborough.
Oh, wonderful.
Which I'm looking forward to. So Northamptonshire's first team match in Peterborough for nearly half a century, which is extraordinary.
Goodness.
It used to be the city used to be a regular venue for Northamptonshire home matches, but they haven't played there since 1974. It's a different ground, of course, they were playing on Sunday, the new Peterborough Town ground, but yeah, looking forward to it very much. And I know Lancashire have got a lovely trip up to leafy Cumbria to play at Sedbergh, I think.
There's Proctor now for a second over into Jennings, who plays that ball of a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
I think it's a really good idea, though. I don't know what you feel about it, Latif, but I think, you know, to have these sort of weekend of matches where the national counties get a chance to entertain first-class counties, and you hope they're going to get spectators there and people are going to want to watch and look at the ground, the facilities on offer, and enjoy a different ground, see players that may, as in certainly one case, the Cambridgeshire side, one of my club's players is playing in it, and you just want to see how they shape up against the pros.
It's Proctor to Jennings again. That ball's been driven nicely, but only as far as extra cover. There's no run. I completely agree with you. I mean, people talk about sort of the accessibility of the game of cricket, and often they think about various factors, but what's often sort of underserved is the geographical accessibility of cricket as well. And there's been a lot of chat about Test cricket and its position up north and things like that, but a lot of these, like Peterborough, for example, I wouldn't immediately think of as a location for cricket, but it's wonderful that the counties are, engaging in initiatives to get that out there. This is overpitched a little bit, driven nicely, but straight to the fielder, extra cover, and he'll feel he missed out there a little bit. Keaton Jennings, it was there for the drive. He nailed the drive, but straight to the fielder.
Well, there's important initiative going on in Peterborough at the moment, as there is with Luton, in that Northamptonshire have now launched another one of their Steelbacks academies. Both Luton and Peterborough, of course, with large South Asian populations, and it's very much targeting there to try and widen the game a little bit. So it's a very worthy initiative.
Proctor in again, once more over pitching, driven, this time wide of that fielder, and it's going to run away to the boundary just below the hospitality building for 4. Terrific shot from Keaton Jennings. And Proctor over pitching and paying the price.
Well, he said he missed out once, and I don't think he was going to miss out again, was he? And when he got another nice juicy half volley, he managed to beat the man in there at extra cover, Dom Leach, and it raced away for 4. Yeah, it's the first of those academies was based around a couple of schools, 2 or 3 schools in Luton, which obviously in Northamptonshire used to play there. David Ripley's been involved with that, and now they're I think the Peterborough Steelbacks Academy formally opens, I think, in September, but obviously they're already starting to plan for it and to get it up and running. So it just feeds really nicely into that.
There's just a slight delay in play at the moment. I believe there's somebody behind the batter's eye line who stood up in the second tier of the pavilion. So, yeah, there were 2 gentlemen stood up. They've both sat down now. Oh, they want another person to sit down? Yeah, the umpire's got a big smile on his face. That is a lovely smile, by the way, I've got to say, on the face of the umpire. It's such a picturesque...
Like father, like son. It's the Lloyds, isn't it?
It is. Life-affirming smile. That was brilliant. Proctor into Jennings, who takes a couple of steps down the crease and pushes the ball back to the bowler. There is no run. And I've done that before. I've done that before whilst on commentary. I remember being in Rawalpindi in Pakistan, on commentary for England versus Pakistan, and being stood up commentating because of a very exciting phase of play. So I was up on my feet, and Will Jacks was on strike, and he was kind of waving over. I didn't clock it was me immediately because we were right down the sight of the bowler, as we are here, but we didn't have, there was no sort of protective anti-glare glass or anything like that, so I was right behind him. He was waving and waving over to me, and then Naseem Shah, who was bowling, just turned to me and very politely, because he knew who I was, said... in Urdu, he said to me, "Atif bhai baith jaye, please," which means, "Atif, please sit down."
Oh, wonderful. Atif stopped play.
Yeah, and I apologise to Will a little bit later after that. Here's Proctor in again, a bit fuller to Jennings, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. It's rather embarrassing when it happens. I mean, because everybody's watching, and people get frustrated, and the camera will stay on you for a long time. The cameras here at Lancs TV are very kind. They didn't hover on the gentleman in the second tier.
No, I think there's a door, isn't there, that leads onto the balcony, about 2 floors up, around the level of the clock, and there's people I think coming in and out of that door, and I think that might have been what Graham Lloyd was looking at with a cheery smile, as you say. It used to be an issue at Northampton years ago, the press box where we are, the main sort of written press box is now at Wantage Road, can be pretty much behind the line, obviously depending on whereabouts on the square we're playing. There's James Sales starting a fresh over from this Brian Statham end, round the wicket, lovely on drive from Wells, but straight to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. And sometimes if it gets a bit gloomy, some of the written media will want to obviously put the lights on so they can see what they're doing. And some batters ignore it. It doesn't affect them at all, and nobody worries about it. But 1 or 2 always used to find it very, very distracting. The late and very much missed David Capel was one I've known once or twice saying, "Please, put that light out." It's sounding a bit like Warden Hodges from Dad's Army. His Sales in, bowls to Wells, who covers up, plays this one out into the covers. Zabe comes in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Be interesting to see, Atif, at what point Zabe gets a little roll. I think they'll probably look to get him into the attack at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I'm not convinced that the sales experiment will work from this particular end. The batters have been generally very comfortable with his pace and the line that he bowls, which, as I say, is usually targeting the stumps.
Here he is again. It's just a slip and a gully in for him now. Very full again, driven straight back on the bounce to Wells, and very well stopped off his own bowling by James Sales, and there's no run. Just keeping half an eye across events at Edgbaston, where this is just a fascinating game unfolding there in Division 1. So Warwickshire bowled out for 60. Middlesex 199 all out in reply. Warwickshire now 153 for 3. So effectively they're 14 for 3. But if they can get another 150 runs, 200. Bit of an instant Bears supporter at the moment. Obviously they're playing Middlesex. Here's Sales in round the wicket and goes off a thick inside edge, and Sales thought he might have just breached Luke Wells' defences, but not so. Goes off that inside edge down to Alex Russell at long leg, and they're through for a single. Wells to 29 and Lancashire to 63 for no wicket.
I was at Middlesex's last game against Surrey at Lords, and it looked for all the world like they'd done a heroic rescue job on day 3. A late partnership with Ethan Bamber, of all people, getting runs. And
here's Sales running in away from us, bowls short, and Jennings just a sort of cursory nod at the ball, lets it go past outside the off stumps, and McManus takes.
They looked destined for an innings defeat, and against all odds, Middlesex put on a 70. They got a 77-run lead from out of nowhere. There was plenty of rain forecast for day 4 as well. They thought, okay, I think we've done enough to survive here. It took Surrey about 32 minutes to knock off the runs, and about 39 minutes into the day's play, the rain came thundering down.
Here's Sales in and bowls, and that's on leg stump, turned away nicely by Jennings out to deep square where Dom Leach fields, and they're through for comfortable single. Jennings to 33, 64 for no wicket. Lancashire replying to Northamptonshire's 342 all out. Jennings is 33, Wells is 29. Yes, I must stress that it is nothing personal against Middlesex, any of the Middlesex players, any of their supporters. It is simply the fact that from Northamptonshire's point of view, they don't really need Middlesex to be winning games. They are obviously second from bottom. Northamptonshire are bottom, and if Northamptonshire are going to have any chance of overhauling the teams immediately above them, Middlesex and Kent, then obviously they need to be winning, and they don't need Middlesex to be winning. So
they haven't threatened to win too many times this season thus far.
Well, at Merchant Taylor School, of course, they were 1 run short of beating Northamptonshire in a astonishing finish. I was lucky enough to be on doing that last over, and you know, when you come to the last hour of a game and all results possible, it's exactly what you want, and it was a terrific. I have to say, it was a bit of a slow burn. It's easy to say it was a fantastic game. It was a fantastic finish.
Yes.
It was a bit of a slow burner, but it was good stuff. A really interesting game, and two sides that again you wouldn't immediately think of as being bottom of the table.
There's Proctor to continue to Jennings. It's very full ball driven by Jennings, only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I watched quite a bit of Middlesex this season, particularly in the T20 Blast, and they went through one of the worst runs in the history of the competition in the Blast, and there were some very, very frustrated Middlesex fans, although a lot of them would almost accept it on the basis of the win that they did get against Surrey, being this memorable record-breaking win. As in comes Proctor again, and a sort of foolish delivery, swinging in towards Jennings, who drives once more in identical fashion to Saif Zeb at mid-off. There's no run. 64 for no loss, the score remains. So it's been a very, very difficult season for Middlesex, and the answer to their problems isn't immediately clear. It's not as simple as you need a complete clear-out. It's not as simple as replacing a couple of players here and there. They've made an excellent signing in Lewis Deploy from Derbyshire, so that could bolster their batting somewhat. As in comes Proctor. This time the ball's guided nicely by Keaton Jennings down to deep third for a single. 65 for no loss, the score. Fine
cricketer, isn't he? The only surprise there that he wasn't signed by Nottinghamshire. I think you and I are the only people probably that haven't been so far. I think Scott has. I think he's been signed by Nottinghamshire yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, they had a lot of cash come into Nottinghamshire this year. I was very impressed with their ticket price for the T20 Blast. Well, by the bullishness of the ticket price. I'll tell you what it was in a second. Here's Proctor full, driven by Wells, only as far as a diving Alex Russell at mid-on. There's no run. £29
For a T20 game?
for a T20 game.
Crumbs.
At Trent Bridge. I mean, they had Shaheen Afridi this season, who I think they banked on. I would have gone the other way, though. I would have made the tickets less expensive, fill up Trent Bridge for every one of your Blast games. But of course, I mean, I'm not privy to the financial statements and what have you. But that was the price. Here's Proctor in again as that ball's defended into the offside. There is no run. I think on average, T20 Blast tickets tend to be close to the sort of £15 mark, and again it varies from ground to ground. I know at Edgbaston and in Birmingham they've got various sections and they're priced differently as well, and obviously there's things like hospitality and what have you. But it's yeah, I mean, it's a balance really, isn't it, for the clubs to get that commercial and that marketing element exactly right. Proctor into Wells, back of a length, guided towards the onside. There is no run. That completes the over. 65 for no loss. The score remains after 22.
Yeah, I think I'm rather hoping that other counties will do as I know Northamptonshire and others have done ahead of the Metrobank 50 over Cup that of course we were saying about starting next week. I think certainly Northamptonshire have a family day, which is a £5 for adults, and I think it's actually free for juniors to get in, and they did this last year on a Sunday against Essex, and it was hugely successful and got, I think I'm right in saying, the biggest List A crowd at Wantage Road for some years. It was very well attended. It was just great at tea time to see kids on the outfield playing cricket.
Well, it certainly is. It's a wonderful thing. I mean, people are they're very keen to watch cricket, as much of it as possible. The counties put on some extraordinary matches, making it accessible, making it something that everybody can afford to come to is a huge part of continuing the prosperity of county cricket in the face of sort of negative rhetoric and other things like that. In any case, I'll talk about more positive things. I'm going to let Scott Reed back in.
There's a lot of that going on. Here's James Sales starting a fresh over to Keaton Jennings, who plays it defensively back down the pitch. Sales fields off his own bowling. Sales into his 5th over. No wicket for 10 so far. Lancashire 65 for no wicket. Really good solid platform set up by Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Northamptonshire should have had a breakthrough, of course, just after lunch. Jennings dropped on 17 by Justin Broad at 3rd slip off the bowling of Jack White. His Sales in bowls to Jennings, who plays that out into the covers. Well fielded by Saif Zaib, making ground to his right. There's no run. Afternoon again, Scott.
Afternoon, Radders. Yeah, the longer this goes on, in particular Keaton batting, the more costly that's going to feel, the more awkward I reckon Justin Broad's going to feel. I mean, everyone drops catches and plenty of dropped, aren't they, in the slips, but you're going to be dropping Jennings early on in his innings with the form he's in this season, really.
Well, absolutely, and harks back to what we were talking about this morning. His Sales in, bowls on the leg stump of Keaton Jennings, who will play it there all day long, just works it in front of square out to Dom Leach at deep square leg for a single. Jennings goes to 35 and Lancashire to 66 for no wicket. We were talking this morning, weren't we, about Northamptonshire's trials and tribulations in terms of catching this season and the number of chances that they've dropped in all competitions across the campaign so far, and I'm afraid that's just another one to add to the list. They haven't been very sound in the field, it must be said. Here's Sales in again, bowling to Wells, who's hit on the pad as he was trying to play that down on the onside. Maybe just didn't bounce quite as much as he thought. It rolls out into the onside, and Justin Broad still with the shin pads on. Fields, there's no run. 66 for no wicket. You were saying about that game at Edgbaston, Scott. Warwickshire bowled out for 60, and could they win it? I was thinking about Northamptonshire's game against Essex at Luton in '95, when Northamptonshire were bowled out for 46 and managed to win. Mark Ilott 9 for 19 and finished on the losing side. Bizarre game that was. Here's Sales in again, bowls on leg stump again to Wells, who turns it away out towards mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop this time by Justin Broad. Cuts off any possibility of a single, stays at 66 for no wicket.
Yeah, there are a few examples of that. I think Yorkshire, was it last year or the year before, went to Essex and they were knocked over for 60 or 70, I think, in their first things, and they went on to win the match, didn't they? It's some turnaround from that, isn't it?
Well, in that game at Luton, there were 30 wickets fell on the first day. The fourth innings had actually started, about an over into the fourth innings at the close of the first day's play.
Goodness.
Bizarre. Here's Sales in bowls short, pulled away by Luke Wells, and there was a certain inevitability about that. As soon as you saw it halfway down, you could almost, if you'd got the aforementioned coloured pens and you were scoring, you could put it down as a 4 almost before it had hit the bat. Luke Wells is not going to miss out on that sort of opportunity, and he didn't. It's 70 for no wicket, 23 overs gone, and you see there Wells 33 off 76, Jennings 35 off 62. Really good solid start by these two.
You just can't afford to drop short, can you? Certainly not the pace that, for example, Sales is bowling at there. Anything that's been a little bit short, these two have been onto it in a flash. It's a really, really strong start this with the bat for Lancashire.
I'm just a little bit surprised that Northamptonshire we haven't seen a little bit more of Alex Russell. I know that they maybe just don't want him to, to get bowled into the ground, but 5 overs of 27, I know that looks as though he's gone for a few, but he was creating wicket-taking opportunities.
It certainly was after lunch. Proctor to Jennings, just off the front foot and pushed away into the offside for a single. I thought the opening spell after lunch, I thought White from this end and Russell from the other was a really good little passage of play. That you felt like chances were, well, the chance was created off White, that's put down as we mentioned before, but you felt that Russell was in the game as well.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. I was saying when Atif and I were on a few moments ago, I think he's going to have to try and get Safe Zabe on at some point just to see if anything's going to happen.
It's Proctor to Wells, short, and he rocks back and tries to pull it. He doesn't time it and bounces out to Justin Broad at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Because he's very different. I mean, if you think of someone like Rob Keogh, who's tall and gets it up there, quite nice loopy action, flights the ball really well. Safe Zabe's a little bit, obviously being shorter of stature, tends to fire it through a bit flatter, almost like sort of little darts. But can be very effective, especially on a pitch that's doing a little bit. Yeah,
I remember him playing for Lancs. He was quite a handy bowler to have up your sleeve, really. Bowls to Wells, that's nudged towards the leg side for no run. And he tends to, and it's been the same since he's been at Northamptonshire, he tends to, if he gets one, he tends to get a couple quickly. He has his little spells, Proctor. I remember a couple of games, one in particular up at Durham quite a few years ago. He may have even got something like 6 or 7 in the match. He bowled this little spell in the afternoon-evening session where he just kind of ran through Durham, and when he gets on a bit of a roll, he can be quite awkward to stop. It's off the front foot. It's a nice-looking shot by Wells. He'll get a single for it. It's a good piece of fielding as well at mid-off. He punched away towards the right of Safe Zabe at mid-off, and he gets a single.
He hasn't bowled a great deal this year, Luke Proctor. I mean, he missed obviously 3 games because of injury when he did his shoulder, and I think that possibly feeds into the fact that he's only bowled 69 overs, so he's averaging about 10 overs a game so far.
On the wicket to Jennings off the back foot, short, and pulls it to Russell at mid-on. There's no run.
And I think for a time, certainly for a game or two after he came back from that injury, his shoulder injury, he hurt himself fielding, ruled him out for the game down at Taunton. And I think in the immediate aftermath of that, maybe he was feeling it a little bit. He was a little bit reluctant to bowl himself too much. I was just still feeling it. But Northamptonshire need him to bowl.
To Jennings, a full ball this time, just wide of off stump, and it brings Jennings on the drive. Picks out Sales, who comes up from the cover boundary. Jennings moves on to 37. It's 73 without loss, and that's the end of the over as well.
Obviously, with James Sales in the side, it takes a little bit of the onus off Luke Proctor, but by and large, if Northamptonshire are fielding there, if you like, the regular attack of White, Sanderson, Taylor as your 3 frontline seamers, then you do need a decent 4th seamer, and that's where clearly Luke Proctor fits in. Now we are going to see a bit more Dom Leach. He's back into the attack, bowled 3 overs for 13 in his opening spell, and just erred a little bit on the short side. When he pitched it up, he bowled pretty well and looked to challenge these two batters, but as soon as he dropped short, and we've seen it not alone in that respect, then they've been very ready, willing and able to put the short ball away. Cloud building a little bit over to our left, where I think is probably where the weather's coming from.
It is, yep.
So maybe the forecast that did suggest we might see something a little bit wet before the end of the day. Hopefully that's wrong, but it is certainly a bit greyer over to our left. Here is Leach round the wicket, the slip and a gully, bowling to Jennings, who stands tall, plays it up towards mid-on. Sales comes across from mid-wicket. Broad rather comes across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, there was just looking at the weather forecast here. It's quite a high chance it's going to rain in the ground tonight. You might be in for a wet evening if you're heading out tonight, Radders. Kind of 90% chance of rain from 8 o'clock, but still saying it should be dry until at least kind of 4 o'clock.
Well, the umps are going to have a chat about something. I imagine it's the state of the ball. It is. James Middlebrook's got the offending article. Was having a look at the seam by the look of it, and Graham Lloyd said, "Oh, it's all right, get on with it. Nothing wrong with it." No, actually, I think we're going to see the ball salesman back on the field. I love this bit when somebody comes on with a box of balls and they have a rummage round. It's like a sort of charity jumble sale. Ben Smith, Northampton's batting coach, former Leicestershire and Worcestershire worthy of many years, scored an awful lot of first-class runs. He's handed. Now this is one of the. You can tell we're on a Test match ground because it's one of the posh silver boxes that always looks as though it should be carrying the nuclear strike codes being carried along with the President of the United States. And Dom Leach is now trying to work out how to open it. You put it up that way, says James Middlebrook. And there we go. Now they're having a little look round and see what they can find. It's like the sort of 10p paperbacks in the jumble, so you're never quite sure what you're going to get. Was that one all right? Yeah, they're having comparing the sort of merits of one and then another. And Dom Leach is standing there like an encyclopedia salesman with the sample case open, as James Middlebrook and Graham Lloyd decide what they're going to do. While this is happening, George Weldon, he of the peroxide blonde hair, is on the field. So whether he's actually going to have a little bit of fielding. Here he is.
Cool, you can't miss that, can you?
No, I tell you, you see him coming up. You could use him as a lighthouse, couldn't you? Really, quite comfortably at the moment. He's now been entrusted with the nuclear strike code. Sorry, the box of balls, which has now been handed over to Ben Smith. So he's had a little appearance on the field. And after a delay of a few minutes, and Dom Leach is
not happy.
He's not terribly happy with that at all.
Sure about that, Captain. Change it again.
Well, he's going to have a... And he's thrown it to the captain, Luke Proctor, to have another look at it. George Weldon is on the field. I think Jack White's maybe gone off for a change his boots or something, or change his boot, as he's got odd ones on. And finally, it's Dom Leach to continue. Around the wicket again, bowls to Jennings, who plays it straight down the pitch, and you can tell how straight he plays it because it clatters into the stumps at the non-striker's end, which means a little bit of work for James Middlebrook to do.
Did you? Apologies if you mentioned this to Artie, but did you know the reason why it's got?
Yes,
okay.
I did get I got an official explanation from Montage Road.
Oh, superb.
Well, there are two versions of this.
Right.
The official version is that Jack has got a new pair of boots which are a little bit tight across the toes, and when he's in his delivery stride, he's finding them a little bit uncomfortable. Here's Leach in again, bowls just back of a length to Jennings, a little bit too close to cut, but he just forces it off the back foot, runs it down to deep backward point. Sam Whiteman fields, and there's another run to Jennings, who goes to 38, Lancashire to 74 for no wicket. And so he's wearing them in one at a time.
Brilliant. Terrific.
So he's wearing the right boot in the match, and the left boot he's using in sort of like training. That's the sort of official detailed explanation.
Right.
The other explanation, which did come from an unnamed Northamptonshire source, was, well, it's Jack, isn't it? Here's Leach in again, and that's a good ball, homing in on off stump. Again, maybe just didn't bounce quite as much as Luke Wells was expecting, and as a result of which he's just having a slightly suspicious prod of the pitch where it bounced, but he negotiated it well enough. 74 for no wicket.
Was that sauce coming from the dressing room? Is that area?
Yes.
Yeah,
so basically, you pay your money and take your choice. But the official explanation is the fact that he's just wearing in a pair of new boots.
Yeah, it's boring. That I prefer it. In fact,
well,
it's just Jack.
That's what Atif said. He said he was hoping for something a bit more wacky. But as I say, your choice is yours. Here's Leach in bowl, short and wide outside the off stump. That took off. It was well taken by Lewis McManus, and that's one for the over. And James Middlebrook saying, "Where did that come from?" 74 for no wicket, and I think maybe Luke Wells is suggesting that he should have had a no ball for height or a wide for that, because it bounced way, sailed way over his head, and Luke Wells was just having a little imitation four-armed smash there, wasn't he? I think that was about the only shot he could play. Here's Leach running in again to bowl to Wells. Very full, lovely on drive, crisp on drive, and well fielded by Luke Proctor, diving away to his right at mid-on. That's the end of Dom Leach's 4th over. 4 overs for 14, just a single off that one. 74 for no wicket, off 25, with Wells on 34, Jennings on 38. And at Edgbaston, meanwhile, Warwickshire won 67 for 3 in their second innings against Middlesex. So 28 runs ahead, 7 wickets standing. That could be an absolute humdinger, couldn't it? I was looking to see who's in at the moment. Long partnership, they put on over 100 now. Dan Mosley, 57 not out, and almost inevitably Sam Hain, 54 not out, after Warwickshire had been 62 for 3.
Just seeing on our other screen there that Hampshire is 62 for 4 in their match against Essex. They're only 12 in front, Hampshire. Lost 4 wickets, 2 to Porter, 1 to Cook and 1 to Walter. So Hampshire 62 for 4, lead by 12 against Essex.
And Somerset building a big lead against Somerset at Taunton. So 342 for 8. And Will Jacks has become the second batter out in that innings for 99.
Ah, it's a bit careless, isn't it?
Jamie Overton's just gone for 42, but the leader's already 172 ahead against Somerset at Taunton.
We're going to see the return of Russell. So some leg spin back into the attack after a little bit of a break. But, Alex Russell returns with Jennings on strike. It's dragged away through mid-wicket. We just dropped a little bit short. See Sam Whiteman there on the leg side boundary in front of the new hotel, and a single for Jennings. He moves on to 39. 75 without loss. Brings Luke Wells back on strike.
I hate to be the harbinger of doom, but having covered Northamptonshire for 40 years, what else would you expect? I'll come on to that in a second.
There's Russell to Wells, forward in defence, and there's no run.
But I just got the radar up, the real-time radar.
Oh dear.
And the rain doesn't look too far away from us here in Manchester. Hopefully it might skirt round or something, but it doesn't look like skirt round rain, does it?
It looks like quite a lot there, doesn't it? Might have to be somewhere near kind of Bournemouth to avoid it, I think. Russell's into Wells, looks to reverse hit it. And again, that could have ricocheted back onto anything, couldn't it, really? You could see Lewis McManus, the keeper, there chuckling away. I'm sure there's a smile on Luke Wells' face as well. Himself into an interesting position to try and play the reverse shot. But, no damage done. Russell creeps his way back in again to Jennings. Plenty of bottom hand on this. He's forcing the ball up towards kind of a deepish mid-on where Luke Proctor is fielding. Wells moves on to 35. The score moves on to 76 without loss. Brings Jennings back on strike. Russell to Jennings. Cut through the offside. Broad will catch up with it. Jennings jogs back. Adds a couple to his total. And the score ticks along for Lancashire by 2, so 78 without loss. Jennings on 41 now. Russell from the Brian Statham having returned to the attack. He's twirling in to Keaton Jennings, who leans forward and manoeuvres the ball through the leg side for a single. And he moves on to 42. And that's the end of the over as well. So that's 79 without loss. 26 overs gone.
Yes, 2 batters out for 99 for the leaders Surrey. In club cricket, you'd hear the cries of jug avoidance, wouldn't you, in those sort of situations? People getting out for just short of landmarks that would have meant them buying a round. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 350 all out. Kent 50 for 1 in reply. I'll mention what's happening at Edgbaston. In Division 2, Glamorgan declared at 521 for 8 against Derbyshire at Derby. Derbyshire 54 for no wicket in reply. Yorkshire 274 for 7 against Durham at Scarborough, where they've had quite a bit of rain. Dom Leach just about to bowl another over. Start of his 5th over from this Brian Statham end. Round the wicket bowls to Luke Wells. And it's chipped it up just in front of mid-wicket, where I think it was Justin Broad diving full length, couldn't quite get hands underneath it, and I think that's come off his helmet, is it?
I think that's right. That's a nasty delivery, isn't it?
It's absolutely flown. Well, he's done.
Yes.
Justin Broad's had a dive at it, presumably thinking it came off a bit of baton off helmet, but I think it certainly hit Luke Wells on the head, and the batters are now just having a little look at the helmet. Let's have a look at this one, see what exactly it hit. It may be glove off helmet and went in front of square, where, as I say, Justin Broad flung himself full length to try and catch it. That's a horrible delivery, and they're certainly going to have to, I think, go through the various protocols here. I would imagine the Lancashire physio is trotting out.
It's Keaton Jennings on strike that's received that ball, the Lancashire captain. Yeah, that flew off, didn't it?
Well, Luke Wells,
and you could see Jennings just saying to Sam Byrne, the physio.
Well, yeah, I mean, Luke Wells is having got to presumably have a little look at helmets and things and make sure that all the equipment is. It was Jennings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I said it was Wells. It was Jennings that got hit, and they're just having a little look at the top of the sort of crown of the head, whether he's just broken the skin there. Luke Wood out there as 12th man, having a chat with Luke Proctor. But they'll be asking, presumably, Keaton Jennings the relevant questions.
Just shot off, didn't it?
Extraordinary.
I can see it back on the replay here. Watching it side on this time.
Yeesh.
Not pleasant, is it?
Not pleasant at all. Now, Keaton Jennings signalling to the dressing room. What does he want, an arm guard?
Arm guard, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was, yeah, it's fortunate that doesn't look to be particularly any the worse for wear, but that was an absolute brute.
It was, yeah.
Of a ball. And he's done really well he's just shrugging it off. But presumably they'll have to change the helmet. But that was not pleasant at all. Just to finish off the scores as we were going through at Scarborough, say Yorkshire 275 for 7 against Durham. It's been very frustrating, I think, for all concerned up there. Lots of on and offs. Adam Lythe made 111, 3 wickets for Matty Potts. And at Cheltenham, where the Cheltenham Festival, of course, is ongoing, Worcestershire have made 210 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire, of course, will be at Cheltenham next Friday for their first match in the Metro Bank 50 Over Cup, which I must admit I'm rather looking forward to. And this has gone on so long, Scott, that despite the fact that there's only one ball gone in the over, I'm going to have to go and update BBC Radio Northampton, so I'll make way for Atif.
Yeah, still the checks are still going on here. Keaton Jennings looking at his helmet. I think Sam Byrne's got a replacement helmet out there as well. Luke Wood's having a bit of a natter to Luke Proctor, and Jack Blatherwick's coming out with something here as well. He's got a bit of extra something for Keaton Jennings. I thought he was calling for an arm guard, I think. But, yeah, running repairs continuing for Jennings, who's 42. Not out. Luke Wells on 35. It's 79 without loss. We've had one ball of the 27th over. And a little bit of a delay here, but that was a rather feisty-looking delivery from Leach that leapt at Keaton Jennings. And there's Atif is back alongside me.
And it was quite a frightening short ball, really, because he came from wide of the crease. It was sort of full of a length, and it just took off and pinged him right off the sort of front bit of the helmet.
See the reaction of Luke Wells at the non-strikers there as well.
The little grimace.
Yeah.
And justifiably so. Now, it was a very long concussion check. I feel like usually they ask you to, what day of the week it is, maybe do the alphabet backwards, which is very, very difficult, I can tell you, when you're on the spot. And
they do it forwards.
Yeah, it's hard to do. Well, forwards, you've got the little nursery rhyme, right? That gets you through it. That's how I do it. Elemento is always the hard bit. If you can get through Elemento, that's the hard bit of the innings.
You can get through anything in life if you can get through that. Well, he's all right, isn't he? That's the main thing. And Dom Leach with his they just changed the ball a few moments ago, and that one looks a bit lively. Certainly, he found the spot there on the pitch that took off.
Because it wasn't like a sort of a short ball length, really. It was the second half of the pitch. We would expect it really at worst to go past you at sort of belly button height, maybe a little bit higher than that, but certainly not to just take off. So Leach has been very impressive thus far. Just getting some pace and bounce and a bit of activity out of this surface at Old Trafford. And he comes now to Keaton Jennings, who gets firmly behind this ball. It was actually a similar length, but it kept a bit lower this time as it's driven into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Giving the umpire a bit of tidying up to do.
I've just seen flash up on my screen that on this day in 1998, an epic battle between Alan Donald and Mike Atherton at Trent Bridge, that famous contest between those two. And I just watched a ball actually was sent down that had Atherton ducking a bit like Jennings was ducking a few moments ago.
There would have been a few in that innings. It was quite the battle. It's a fun one to pull up on YouTube on a slow day. Got a slip in place still. Leach, as in he comes from wide of the creases, his full's been driven beautifully. That is a glorious shot from Keaton Jennings. A straight drive just towards the onside. Even Proctor, who's going to retrieve the ball, will have enjoyed that. Just the balance, the little push of the bat, no extended follow through, and maximum result. 4 runs, just glorious. 83 for no loss after 26.3 overs. It's a little bit gloomy here at Old Trafford, so the floodlights have flickered on. I understand one of them is named after my colleague on Test Match Special, former World Cup winner Alex Hartley. I must try and find that one. This is another full ball driven out towards deep extra cover. They'll take a single on this occasion. Jennings on to 47. Remember, he was dropped on 17 by Justin Broad, who's probably feeding a little sinking feeling right now, watching Jennings piling on the runs. Lancashire unbeaten so far on 84. Still 258 runs behind. We're starting to score at a greater pace as well. The lights on here at Old Trafford, creating a lovely atmosphere. Some shadows starting to appear of the players on the pitch. As here comes Leach into Wells. This is down the leg side. It's well taken acrobatically by Lewis McManus behind the stumps. It's one of those that's so wide that you might even get it widened in a first-class game, but not on that occasion for Leach. Yeah, those lovely sort of conventional floodlights here at Old Trafford, Scott. I really like them. Now, do you know which one it is that's named after Alex Hartley? Because I must do a little pilgrimage to later.
I think it's the one between the temporary stand and the scoreboard.
Excellent.
I think it's that one, but I've not seen it myself.
That's on my route out of the ground later, so we can certainly check that out. Leach into Wells again, and that ball's been left alone in a slightly exaggerated, almost Lambashian-esque manner by Wells. As it goes through to the keeper, completes the over. 84 for no loss after 27 overs of this innings, Lancashire.
I think we might be able to see the radar in a moment for the viewers on Lancs TV, because Andrew mentioned that there's quite a there it is. Oh dear. That's a lot of blue, isn't it? A lot of blue and green heading our way. Right.
It looks like it's going a long way as well. So it's going across. What does the green mean?
I think that's bad.
That's the technical term for it.
I don't think it's as bad as the yellow bit that's following it, but I think green's quite bad. I think blue's bad, but not that bad.
Yeah.
I think if it gets to red, you stay indoors.
I'm slightly concerned about my train a bit later now.
Here's Russell into to Jennings, a 4-ball, which is he drives up towards Emilio Gay. He's kind of hobbling a bit, it would appear, at mid-off. Jennings gets a single. He's 48.
I think he's earned a little bit of hobbling. He was batting a long time yesterday.
That's true. He'd bat beautifully through the first day. Russell's in. Driven again by Wells to Gay, who fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, you've got me slightly worried about my train back home now. It was exactly the time I was planning on leaving as well.
Right. You got a brolly?
I do not.
Right. Waterproof jacket or anything like that?
Yeah, I've got a couple of options.
Okay. Russell to Wells. Keeps low and comes back in, and Wells has done superbly to get the bat on that and keep it out. Didn't get up. We've seen before lunch one that spun and bounced sharply to Wells. That one's turned back in and kept low to Luke Wells. Russell to Wells, forward, jabbing the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. There's 3 around the bat now. There's a slip in place, and then 2 fielders under the helmet. One in front of him saves Zabe, silly point, and one behind him at short leg in Justin Broad. And there's Vasconcelos, who's at slip. Here comes Russell to Wells. Down the pitch he comes, hits it back over the bowler's head, and gets himself 4 runs for it. Luke Wells, fed up of defending and waiting for balls to keep low, to get big and to turn back in. He comes down the pitch, little skip towards the ball and hammers it down towards the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, that. Very controlled. It kind of looks a bit premeditated and aggressive, but it was very well controlled, really. Just that measured skip, as you say, down the track and hitting into a very safe area. Terrific shot.
39 to Wells, now 89 without loss. There's Russell balls to Wells. He plays a very nice shot deep in the crease. Punch to the right of Gay at mid-off, and it's worth 2 runs for Luke Wells. He moves on to 41. That is the end of the over. 7 off it. It's 91 without loss, with Wells on 41. Jennings on 48. The floodlights are on. We've just seen that perhaps there's a large band of rain heading in our direction, and it has got a little bit gloomier above us here in Manchester.
Yeah, there's a nimbus in the distance. There's a cumulus nimbus right there, just on the right of screen on Lancs TV. Those you can see
over the hotel,
just over the new building of the hotel.
That one.
That's a cumulus nimbus right there.
Very good.
And that's not a good cloud.
Is it not?
No, not unless you enjoy sort of romantic rain. There was a photo of Ben Stokes, which I saw on day 5, which I'll talk about in a second. Because Leach is in again. That's a short ball. And Jennings ducks under it, goes through to the keeper. There's no run. There's a photo of him just looking sort of longingly out the window, like a Shakespearean character, or as I put on Twitter, like a Bollywood hero, longing for his heroine. And it was just so expressive. He's got a wonderfully expressive face as well, does Ben Stokes. So it's kind of quite memeable. Although, occasionally do get to meet him, so I don't want to meme him in a way that would upset him, if that makes any sense.
Seems like a pretty chilled out guy, doesn't he? I don't think you'd do well to upset him.
Yeah, I don't want to take any chances. Here's Leach into Jennings. This is short and cut away nicely towards backward point. It might even get to the boundary. No, there's an excellent diving stop in the deep. That's a great piece of fielding there in the deep by Sam Whiteman. And there'll just be a couple of runs, but they will bring up the 50 for Keaton Jennings. 50 of 78 deliveries. Dropped on 17 a little bit earlier by Justin Broad, and he's really made the most of his opportunity over that half-century. He takes in the applause of this crowd here at Old Trafford. The score is an unbeaten 93 for Lancashire. 249 behind Northamptonshire's score. Here's Leach again now. Running in hard. back of a length and against the ball behaves and bounces appropriately as it's pushed just wide of cover. They jog through for a single. I don't mind that from Leach. I mean, I think he knows that there's a little bit of uncertainty in the area, particularly after the bouncer that caused the prolonged concussion check. If you can keep that indecision going a little bit in the mind of the batter, you're going to give yourself a chance. Although I don't know how many more overs Leach is going to get here. I think before long we will see a bit of Surf Zeb, potentially from the Statham end. Here comes Leach from wide of the crease again, angling in towards the batter, and it was up in the air for the... Oh, tantalising moment there. It looked like it might just carry to Justin Broad. It fell short of him. Oh, how he will have wanted it to carry to him. And see the back of one of these opening batters. Just popped a little bit, that ball, off a length. Again, we talked about that little area in the middle behaving a bit awkwardly. And I don't think Wells was expecting it to sort of stay that low. I beg your pardon, rise up a little bit more than he expected. In any case, it's a dot ball. A little moment there for Northamptonshire. Can they build on it? Get a breakthrough. There's Leach now into Wells, who guides this ball out towards deep cover for a single. 95 for no loss, with one ball to come in this over. Not a million miles away from tea now as well, but it is getting more and more gloomy here at Old Trafford, I hate to tell you. Mind you, floodlights are very, very bright. Some of the most impressive ones in the country, I would say. It's just the shape that they make, look sort of like a shield shape, almost. Very bright, look at that. Everybody watching on Lancs TV, you can see it's very impressive. Lights, here we go then. Leach in again, this is full. This has been slapped beautifully. Again, picks out the fielder in the deep, but it's a lovely bit of timing from Luke Wells. It completes the over, that single. And Lancashire 96 for no loss. And hopefully that cloud on the right-hand side will just go in a different direction. And,
yeah, I think we're safe over that way. That's been and gone that way.
That's good. Well, it's just, it doesn't look too ominous, but you never know. They sort of clump together and do the sort of cumulus clouds. So that's why when it rains, it's rare, but you occasionally find yourself in a scenario where you're standing somewhere and you can see the rain falling, but it's not falling on you, if that makes any sense. But hopefully we won't have that scenario. I vividly remember being in Lahore in 1996 and being about 2 miles out from the Gaddafi Stadium where the World Cup final was being played by Australia and Sri Lanka, and I could see the rain falling on the stadium from where I was, but it wasn't falling on me. It was so confusing as a 7-year-old to see that happen. What's happening? Why isn't it raining on me? That lesser-known Travis song.
There's a lyric in there somewhere, isn't there? I'd say these two have played with great skill, haven't they?
They have indeed.
Jennings and Wells. Since the lunch break in particular, use of the feet again by Jennings to Russell. Pushes it to mid-on, there's no run.
Have you been to any concerts recently, Scott? There's been a lot of them about in these cricket stadiums.
There have, haven't there? Yeah, everyone seems to be doing the rounds, don't they? Everyone seems to be having a concert. The Arctic Monkeys were here, so I came to watch the Arctic Monkeys.
How was that?
Yeah, they were excellent, yeah. They were here for 2 nights. Thumped away by Wells. Cries of shot from down below us, I think, in the Lancashire dressing room. A gorgeous cover drive by Luke Wells. Brings up the century partnership as well. Emphatic way to do it. These two have played with great skill this afternoon. It's been tricky for the two batters. And a pitch that looks like it's starting to misbehave, and Wells has hammered that away for 4. He moves to 46. It's 101 without loss.
It's got to be demoralising, really. The surface is offering you assistance. You can't really get anything out of it.
With Russell to Wells. Forward and drives again. One bounce back to the bowler, Alex Russell. And there's no run.
So where does the stage go when the concerts happen?
Well, that goes where the temporary stand is, which is the reason why it's only temporary. As Russell bowls to Wells, who's defending, and there's no run.
And the stand is up at the moment, obviously, because of the test match. Will they take it down after this game?
I don't know whether they're going to keep it there, or at least some of it there for the 100. And there's also a T20 international here as well against New Zealand. So whether that remains in place, I'm not sure. Down comes Wells, hits a big shot up and over Emilio Gay down towards the long off boundary. Hits the grass, doesn't really spin on. Plenty of height in that by Wells, who's been positive through the course of this battle with Russell. It's really intriguing, actually. Russell coming back in, who's getting the ball to grip and to turn, occasionally to bounce, one to keep low, and Wells has played a nice counter-attacking innings here. 48 not out, 103 without loss. Goes back this time and eases the ball away nicely through the offside for more runs, possibly 4 of them. It will bring him a 50. It's a terrific knock, this, by Luke Wells, along with his captain Keaton Jennings. Wells 52 not out from 99 balls faced. 107 runs put on by these two. It's a really impressive opening partnership, and these two are battered beautifully with enormous amount of skill, especially since the lunch interval. 52 to Wells, 53 to Jennings. It's 107 without loss.
Yeah, it's been a delightful innings from Wells, a chanceless one from him. It was a nice way to bring it up with that shot through the covers as well. Just really, I really like this strategy from Lancashire to be aggressive, to up the pace a little bit. They know there's weather coming as well, but also the pitch is not one where you really want to grind on too much. If you can sort of wrestle the advantage away a little bit, wrestle the initiative from the opposition by being aggressive, it's the way to go. It's all the rage, they tell me, in red ball cricket these days, being aggressive and positive.
As long as it doesn't rain, apparently that gets people upset.
Apparently
you can't have rain in Test match cricket these days. It's not the Bazball way.
No, apparently not. They'll get building roofs before you know it. Leach to continue. In he comes to Jennings, who drives, again, quite pleasingly out towards deep extra cover. There is a single, I beg your pardon. Taken 108, the score moves on to for no loss. I was in a lot of discussion about sort of stadium roofs and things like that, and I mean, I pointed out to a lot of people on sort of social media that, you know, the cost of a retractable roof over Wimbledon per se is significantly lower than the cost of a retractable roof over the length and breadth of a cricket field, because it's a lot of ground that you got to cover. And I did a lot of digging into this area, and I stumbled upon something quite remarkable, Scott, which I think you're going to enjoy, so I'll tell you about it in a second. So Leach is into Wells, over pitching again, just met with the face of the bat by Wells out towards deep cover, another single. So at one point it was mooted that for Lord's cricket ground, they wanted to introduce some kind of cover. But of course, it's big ground, it's very difficult, planning permission, yada, 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 very difficult to get a roof built. So, a hot air balloon would carry a structure alongside it, like a sheet, that would be held up on various ends by sort of drones. So you'd have this sort of floating sheet covering the playing area of Lord's. It never really got past the diagram stage. But they did make diagrams, and you can look them up. I might be misremembering slight details of it, but it did exist. So you can have a look that up. Now, another full ball is defended on the front foot by Jennings. There is no run. But I like, at least somebody's thinking out of the box, Scott. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I'm going to have to ask Ken Graham, who's downstairs, who knows everything about this place, that I think when Jim Coombs was the chief executive here, that they kind of tentatively made some inquiries about some kind of canopy being draped across the ground or in between the floodlights or something like that. I seem to remember that being a thing. That must be certainly over a decade ago, maybe even longer now. I'll ask Ken at T, see if he, unless I've dreamt that in some kind of bizarre cheese dream, whether it was true that kind of Jim Coombs was looking into something like that at one point.
As that ball's just struck Jennings just above the thigh. A few yelps of excitement from the Northamptonshire players, but nothing really there. Jennings just has a little walk as he does, shakes his head stoically. But lots of protection on those thighs, the big thigh pads that sort of poke through the trousers. Yeah, covers for cricket grounds. Hot air balloons with I think there were magnets involved and all sorts. It was fascinating. I just love that kind of ingenuity. There are a couple of covered grounds in the world. It's a good trivia question, actually, Scott. So I might pose it to yourself and Andrew in a bit as the next ball's worked towards square leg. They jog through for a single. 109 for no loss. 110 for no loss even. One ball to come in this over. Wells on 53, Jennings on 55. So come on then. Covered stadiums around the world. Can you think of one?
I can. I can only think of one, which is one in Melbourne.
The Marvel Stadium.
Yeah, that's the only
sometimes
one
called the Dockland Stadium.
Yeah,
that's the only one I know as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah. They play big bash games there, don't they? They play much more than that, do they? They play some Shield games there? I don't know.
I don't believe they've played any Shield cricket there yet, but there are a few bash games played there, and they're great fun. It's Leach in again. This is short. It's been pulled away out towards square leg. In fact, there's two fielders back there. The ball has bisected both of them. Terrific placement from Keaton Jennings. It was short. He swiveled on it. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Knew exactly the gap he was aiming for, and watched it. Admired his own placement. It's a really good job that to get it between both fielders. 114 for no loss after 31 overs. Lancashire really starting to accelerate now. I think they're going to facilitate a change in the bowling.
Yeah, they've got at Russell, haven't they? And it's must be quite tantalising for Luke Proctor, because you feel like he's not far away from a breakthrough, Russell. He's getting things to trouble to make life awkward for the batter, but the response, I think, by Wells and Jennings, and they might have a look at him perhaps at this end maybe as well, but Russell, but the response by Wells and Jennings to get at Russell and kind of negate the possibility of him being in for any extended period of time has been really good. It's been a really good counter-attack by Wells and Jennings, especially to Russell, who's obviously causing an issue or two. Here is safe Zabe for the first time in the match. Bowling to Jennings, who defends back down the pitch. And there's no run. We've got 10 overs until tea. Zabe bowls again. Down comes Jennings and works the ball towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 55 to Jennings and 57 to Wells. 114 for 4. Zabe bowls. Reverse sweep attempted. LBW is the question, and there's the breakthrough. It's safe Zabe that gets it for Northamptonshire. It's Jennings on that reverse sweep again. This time he doesn't get it right. Ball strikes the pad. Umpire Graham Lloyd raises the finger. And Jennings departs for 55. And Lancashire lose their first wicket. It's 114 on the board before they lose their first wicket. But Jennings, the captain's gone. LBW to safe Zabe for 55. Bowling change by Luke Proctor's worked a treat.
It has indeed. And, I'm sure a lot of Northamptonshire supporters are thinking, where has he been all this time? Why wasn't he introduced sooner? He's created that chance immediately, bowling a very attacking line straight into the stumps, as you say. And a reverse sweep. Well, it's been a productive shot for Keaton Jennings, one must confess, but at the same time, it's not been a fortuitous shot to play in this match generally. In any case, he goes out there. I believe it will be Josh Bohannon making his way out shortly. Yeah, just a terrific bit of bowling for Saif Zabe. He would have been disappointed not to put on a bigger score with the bat a little bit today, but some consolation with that wicket of the Lancashire captain. A chance for Northamptonshire to build a bit of momentum of their own.
Yeah, they broke the partnership, and they do take some breaking, these two, when they get together, Jennings and Wells. It takes some separating. They can be a very powerful opening pair, and have been again with a century partnership for the first wicket. Josh Bohannon is the new batter. He is Lancashire's leading run scorer. He's pushing up towards the top end of run scorers in Division 1 this season, is Bohannon. 760 runs this year. A highest score of 108, an average of 47. So the only thing really he would have liked to have done is at least turn one more of those 50s into three figures. 4 times he's got to 50. And 1 century for Bohannon, who comes out to join Luke Wells. So Zabe into the attack and gets a breakthrough with his 3rd ball. So Bohannon's got a short leg and a slip. There's the 2 catches around the batter. And he's around the wicket to Bohannon. It's played up towards Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire skipper, at mid-off. There is no run, so 114 for 1. Little bend of the knees by Bohannon. Safe Zabe bowls. And Squeezed back down the pitch by Bohannon, a defensive shot to the bowler. And again, there's no run, so this is the final ball of his first over of the afternoon. In from the Anderson end, around the wicket again, and driven away into the offside for a dot ball. So that's a wicket maiden for Saif Zaib. A good start for him with the ball for Northamptonshire. It's 114 for one. Just that one wicket then. Jennings for 55, Wells still going, and Bohannon, the new batter, out to join him.
That's a good opportunity for Northamptonshire just to create a little bit more pressure, perhaps slow down that scoring rate as well, nip through a few wickets possibly. I believe it'll be Leach to continue. Oh no, there's going to be a change of bowling. It's Jack White, he's back out there again. Now, we'll keep an eye on his shoes. Just to see if there's been any change in the sole situation. He's probably got quite a few pairs of them. It's great. We got an explanation on that a little bit earlier from Andrew. Yeah.
We've got the official explanation,
the official, absolutely,
and the unofficial one from unconfirmed sources in and around the Northamptonshire dressing room.
Well, there they are. There's one with a bit of red and one with a bit of green. So he's sticking by them, sticking by those shoes. Here he comes now. Into Wells, who defends on the front foot. There's no run. Just to sort of tie a bow, as it were, on that balloon that I was telling you about. Just to give you all the correct details. I didn't want to mislead you in any way. So what happened was, this is back in 2019, where the English Cricket Board, ECB, reached out to Google, of all people, because they have a department called, it's an experimental department called the X Department. I'm not making any of this up. As in comes White again. That ball's defended on the front foot. Back to the bowler. There's no run. And they wanted to find a way to avoid cricket matches being postponed, delayed, disrupted by cricket. So the solution they came up with was to have a fine mesh suspended from floodlights and held up by a hot air balloon at the centre to protect the pitches from rain. I'm showing Scott a diagram of what it would have looked like. And I think we can both agree that is absurd, as that is a beautiful delivery from White. Just moved away off the surface ever so slightly, beats the outside edge through to the keeper. And the batter, Wells, is just still in position. He's still looking at the surface thinking, how did the ball do that? What part of the surface did the ball hit? Or maybe he heard me talking about the weather balloon, who knows. In any case, he was mystified. Let's take another look at that delivery. It came quite wide of the crease, did White. Pitches and just moves away, and yeah, there we go. Wells, he just covers his face.
He's no poker player, is he, Luke Wells?
No,
he doesn't hide his feelings.
No, 7 deuce written all over that expression. Here comes White again into the pads, work to mid wicket. There is no run. Have you ever thought about covering your back garden with a bit of fine mesh?
Well, I mean, it looks like a giant tent, doesn't it, basically?
It looks worse than that. It looks like one of those traps that sort of animal poachers use in the jungle. It looks really sinister.
All this just to play a bit of cricket. Well, it rains, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Get over it.
Jack White with his slip still in place, and he comes. That ball shapes nicely in towards Wells, who gets behind it and pushes the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. One ball away from a potential maiden over. He's been very economical, as Jack White just conceded the 8 runs.
It's a good follow-up, this, isn't it? Because Saif Zaib just sent down a wicket maiden from the other end. So you're trying to bowl in pairs, aren't you, in partnerships, trying to apply pressure from both ends. This is good responses from White, backing up the work that Saif Zaib did in the previous over.
Of course, and if you can get through another dot ball, Zaib will get a crack at the new batter, Bohannon, as well. Here's White now, in, and that ball's left alone by Wells, through to the keeper. McManus takes, he's going to grab the helmet and jog over to the other side. Lancashire 114 for 1, the only wicket to fall. Keaton Jennings, LBW to Saif Zaib for 55. He'd already had a life in that innings. He was dropped on 17 by Justin Broad. Not too costly just yet for Northamptonshire, although they'd like to capitalise on this moment.
Yeah, they'll have another one, wouldn't they, before tea? 8 overs before the tea interval. Try and squeeze a second out. We think there might be a bit of rain coming maybe after tea. It's certainly a bit gloomy, and forecast suggests there's some rain on its way. Zabe around the wicket, balls to Bahanan, who drives, beats cover. Proctor will catch up with it, I think. Bahanan will come back for a second, and they'll actually run 3. Proctor does stop it, does well to catch up with it towards the boundary in front of the... We need to have a way of describing it. The first hotel, Hotel Mark 1.
First hotel tower. Because it's still the same hotel, it's just a different tower, apparently. That's what they tell me.
Well, whichever way you want to describe it. Is,
the original.
The original.
The old school hotel.
The old school hotel. He's stopped it there as Proctor on that cover boundary. So Bahanan gets 3, gets his first runs. 117 for 1. Forward goes Wells and defends. Back along the pitch and gathered by Zabe off his own bowling. Running in past umpire. Well, I say running, is slowly creeping in past Graham Lloyd and bringing Wells onto the front foot. There's a tall left-hander. Luke Wells gets right forward in defence. Again back to the bowler.
There's a few drops of rain out there.
Zabe to Wells. Pushed out towards Russell at extra cover. And there's no run. I can see a few jackets being put on. I can't see any brollies just yet, but there's the odd jacket and jumper being put on by the 2 spectators. Flick away to the onside by Wells. Quick single. Playing up towards Proctor. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Through they go for 1. Wells moves on to 58. So 1 ball left of the over. Can we get to tea without any interruptions? Bahanan back on strike with a left-hand, right-hand combination now, with Bahanan the shorter right-hander batter compared to the tall left-hander Luke Wells. That's off the back foot, punched to mid-on for no run. 118 for 1. And that's the end of the over. Wells on 58, Bahanan on 3.
Yeah, just a little sort of fine dots and sort of little spitting rain at the moment. It's nothing too threatening just yet. Hopefully it will subside. It's quite gloomy over Old Trafford at the moment, even with the floodlights on full blast. There's no danger or anything like that to the batters just yet, but it's a situation we'll keep on top of. It's just that it's a very fine cloud as well. It's not one that you associate with heavy rain. I feel like it's blowing in from the west, the rain. Yeah. It's going to be that sort of sideways rain.
According to the radar, it should have been raining about half an hour ago. Here's Whiting starting a fresh over to Luke Wells. Plays it up towards extra cover where Zabe comes across the field and there's no run. It's been excellent, Jack White, today. Yet again, been the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers right the way through the season, really. And in his 9th over, no wicket for 8. He's at least giving his captain a bit of control. That was a terrific opening partnership between Wells and Jennings. And well, Northamptonshire delighted to see the back of Keaton Jennings, and as Scott was saying, they would dearly love to nip another one out before they leave the field, either for tea or rain, whichever comes first. Next ball on leg stump, clipped away down to deep backward square, where Alex Russell comes in off the boundary to field, and it's another single to Luke Wells, who goes to 59, and Lancashire to 119 for 1. It's funny, actually, if you're saying about the various plans for, albeit however fanciful, for covered stadia.
Yeah.
And as with Scott, I seem to have a thought at the back of my mind that when they were talking a few years ago now, and I think it might have been when David Smith was chief executive at Northamptonshire, may be wrong, I think there were various proposals being put forward about, thinking the unthinkable almost, and what if Northamptonshire, would they be better moving away from Wantage Road going to a purpose-built? And I seem to remember that the idea of a covered stadium was actually mentioned then. Here's White in bowls to Bahanan, who's forward, plays it back down the pitch. I don't know whether it got any further than, as you say, just the sort of the drawing board. I'm not sure, but I mean, in theory, it's a wonderful idea, because of course it means if you've got a completely covered ground, you could play. You could have a much longer season. Exactly. Yeah. You could have a.
But you also have a backup venue as well, in case if you knew the radar was suggesting something and it was a crucial match.
Thought of watching cricket on New Year's Day at Wantage Road. There's a thought. Here's White in, bowls outside the off stump to Bohannon, and that's a horrible one for Lewis McManus to take. It's just got to him on the half volley. I think it might have hit him on the knee. He's gone down like a sack of spuds, but he's back up. 119 for 1. Yeah, I mean, and I know before people tweet in or whatever that they do play matches outdoors on New Year's Day. I've played on New Year's Day. I've played on Boxing Day outdoors in various grounds in Northamptonshire, and I certainly remember playing, I think, on Boxing Day at Sharnbrook, just over the border in Bedfordshire, a few years ago.
Lots of cable net sweaters required.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Here's White in again, bowls to Bohannon again. Good ball, right on the money from White, and Bohannon plays it defensively. Back down the pitch, White fields of his own bowling. But I mean, it's a lovely thought, and I'm sure the marketing people would think it's a cracking wheeze. But how practical it is for an area. I mean, you just think. We look out over Emirates Old Trafford and the size of the actual ground, and how practical it would be.
That's why you need balloons and mesh.
Balloons and fine mesh. That's what you take away from today. Outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon. Another good over from Jack White, just a single off it. 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 9. We've had 35 in the innings, 119 for 1. Wells is 59, Bohannon is 3. And we have 6 overs to go until tea. If we get through that far, certainly movement in the crowd a few moments ago, as I think Scott mentioned, there's a few rainproof jackets and whatnot being put on at the far end of the ground. But as I say, according to the radar, which I had on, it should have been raining here at least 20-25 minutes ago, probably thick end of half an hour ago, but it's just a little bit in the breeze at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I've been lucky mostly. It's just been sort of drops of it, if anything, and Seth Zeb comes in, and down the track comes Wells, guiding that past the first slip fielder. They might get back for 2 here. They will indeed, because the fielder at third was very, very deep. Had a lot of ground to cover to James Sills, and it allowed the batters to get back for 2. 121 for 1 now, the score.
I think that might be it.
Yeah, it's got a little bit heavier.
It has.
The umpires are just giving a little wave off the pitch, and yeah, it's just that sideways. It is still a sideways rain, so it's got the breeze is pushing it, but it's pushing it across the ground at the moment. The umpires have decided in their wisdom. There's umpire Lloyd just noting down the time, knocking off the bells. You can see a lot of the spectators running for cover. You can hear the hover cover beneath us. Firing up, getting ready to be pulled onto the ground. It's a shame, really, because we're so close to the scheduled tea interval with another 5 overs, and we would have got there.
Yeah, I think the slightly concerning thing is, Teef, that having looked at the radar, the suggestion is that once it's here,
yeah,
it might be here for a while. But let's, as we say, let's hope that that's wrong. We'll just quickly update you before we sign off, at least for the time being, with what's happening elsewhere. As you could hear the roar of the hover cover. It's being
noisy old thing, isn't it?
It's being wheeled on. Yes, well, I think they were just firing it up last night when I was just about to do my post-day interview with Emilio Gay, and I thought nobody's going to hear a word of this, but fortunately the ground staff get it into position very, very quickly. And you see the amount of dust that's being thrown up now as they get the hover cover over the strip. The Lancashire batters safely back in the changing room, being congratulated by Stephen Croft and others. You can see that it looks like clouds of smoke. It's actually clouds of dust as the hover cover is being pulled into place by the ground staff here, with Graham Lloyd, the umpire, just making sure it's in the right place. The umps, I mean, you can tell that it's not actually that heavy because the umps are just sort of staying out there and keeping an eye. But as I say, I think there is possibly a bit of heavier stuff to come. As far as what's happening elsewhere is concerned, at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire are 86 for 5 in their second innings against Essex, so 37 runs ahead. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 350 all out, Kent 85 for 1. They're off for rain at Taunton, Somerset 170 all out, Surrey just bowled out for 368, so a lead of 198 for the leaders, but they are now off for rain. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 189 for 4, so that partnership between Dan Mosley and Sam Hain has been broken, but Hain is still there, 66 not out, 189 for 4, so Warwickshire in effect 50 for 4. In Division 2 at Derby, Glamorgan 521 for 8 declared, Derbyshire 86 for no wicket. Durham are 312 for 9 against Yorkshire, rather 312 for 9 against Durham at Scarborough, and at Cheltenham, Worcestershire 248 for 7 against Gloucestershire. So that is it for the moment, at least, here at Emirates Old Trafford, where unfortunately, and this is never a good sign, the ground staff are now dragging on the big heavy tarpaulins from either side. It's like a sort of crack military precision display team out there at the moment. They're going to meet in the middle at the exact same moment, like the old white helmets that they used to have years ago. But they are wheeling out now the two big heavy tarpaulins, one from underneath us, one from the Jimmy Anderson end of the ground. And the spectators that were sitting outside at the far end in front of the old pavilion have now decided to give it best, at least for the time being. So I think we can fairly safely say that will also be tea. So obviously, if you're watching on Lancs TV, you'll be able to see exactly what's happening. As if you're listening on the BBC app, then obviously as soon as there is anything to tell you, by way of an update, we will of course tell you what's happening. But for now, rain has stopped play here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire 121 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's 342 all out. We'll be back with you, as soon as there is any update.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome to Corner Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
How's that? if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011 and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glen, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic. I think so. Certainly, certainly grounded people. But they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the 3rd team, and there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket, basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think my school was more football. Played 2 games, I think, at school. Won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club, and the Lancashire age group setup.
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. the representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say. Yeah,
there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
So you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school, you know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other, but that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley,
De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play. I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games.
No, a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92. And I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah. God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw. But you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word, you know.
There's already an element and a theme of being taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, and your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously, we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression, really, for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example. And you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can. And that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to that, back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton. Obviously, you were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably will be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring, to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries.
Well,
we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
I don't. Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But yeah. I can't say that, yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been, well, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's, just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here. For whatever reason, we haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, yeah, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. Two would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those two are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable. When we didn't enjoy fielding so much, but I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it, because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Low for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. Suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then, every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches, I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas. And obviously last season our batters had an incredible year, but less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, I've missed the seam this time, but reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. Then you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to, because the ball's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions of the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bounces, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic, and it's very relevant at the current time, because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve, and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing red ball games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes red ball cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success. It's my way to absolutely to better myself.
Two things spring to mind there is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England is showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions change drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit, and they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets. But they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance. His early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play, and we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire Cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire Cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players, one early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matthew Hurst. And then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the Championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on, because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better, but we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies. Yeah,
I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, okay, we'll still look at the minute detail, and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire.